everything. It is the La Weeklies. We have the final here for you today. I'm Spartan Tano. I'm joined here by Tajima. How are you doing today, buddy?
Dude, I'm doing excitingly well. I feel like the next game we're going to be casting is going to be absolute cinema, Thanos.
Oh. Everybody knows them, right? They were playing in the qualifiers over the past weekend. I think it was the December finals. Absolute Cinema themselves were playing, and they put on an absolute show. They're going to be coming up against Gen 5 with this first game that we're going to be bringing to you, chat. It's an exciting one. It's the winners' quarterfinal. We're joining it at a very exciting time. But, I mean, both of these teams competed in the December finals. They both did really, really well, and it was very hyped. So I'm excited for this game, Taj. I think it's going to be a really interesting one.
So it's super cool is that like when we're doing these little weeklies, right? We always see these titans just go at it. Again, Gen 5, great team as well too, absolute cinema. So just seeing these teams just clashing out over and over every week is super fun. And seeing them kind of like learn from each other as well too. Like it's that like it's definitely not like it's not one-sided usually, right? So it's definitely
Yeah.
exciting to see both of these teams play against each other for sure.
What we do need to talk about, I guess, is a recent patch that happened, of course, around those December finals. We saw a few nerfs, a few buffs, Tinkerton, a couple of thoughts in mind about that emergency kind of buff that came in for Tinkerton. It is going to be playable today,
Yep.
so plenty of action. Of course, the only bans that are going to be here today as is that Darkrai and the Hooper, but only the Hyperspace Portal. So we know if anybody picks that up, they're going to be running trick. But Taj, we've been seeing plenty of that in these low weeklies, right?
Yeah, the thing is like Hoopa is still such a really good mon, especially with its Unite move, right? So just getting everybody there. Also, it's a support mon, but then when it goes Hoopa Unbound, it just becomes this devastating beast, right? Now with Tinkaton, Tano, again, I don't know if we're starting the draft picks or not, but I've seen it a lot in ladder, but kind of coupled up with like a support mon. And I don't know if you've seen any teams using Tinkaton yet. I don't know if it's gonna get like the side up treatment where it's kind of like it doesn't fit, but where do you think this is gonna go, Tano, for that, like in ban wise?
I think people are probably going to let it through a couple of times. I mean, we are joining the quarterfinals here, Taj, so it may have been let through a few times, and people have decided, yeah, you know what? Nah, I think we're good. So let's keep a close eye on that one. But here we go. We're launching into this first draft screen here, buddy. Zacian and Psyduck being the first advance. I mean, nothing's changed, right?
Yeah, the duck for sure it's such a menace. I still feel like teams don't know really how to play it, but again, they're just like, let's just ban it just in case because the Sai, the stuns, the disable, it's just a menace, and I love it absolutely for sure. Because again, Psyduck is definitely a fan favorite for sure. We do see the Mimikyu and the Miraidon though. I think Mimikyu is a good ban. Lobo is gonna be sad, but having that range Miraidon that can either go Electro Drift or Charge Beam, and again, obviously the Ghost Pub Mimikyu, that's a huge one to get banned too.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at those bans at all. There may have been recent changes to Pokemon, but hey, it's going to be the same pretty much up in that jail. And the first lock-in for Gen 5 is going to be that Slowbro. Such an important defender. You either go for that or the Umbreon, usually in that first spot. But they want to really lock down that such an important Unite move as that Slow Beam. But the Blissey and Umbreon pickup could be huge over here for Absolute Cinema.
Yeah, I'm surprised that like I'm a Slowbro main for sure. I love again the slow beam. It's so good. I'm really surprised that they picked it first over Umbreon, over Blissey. But again, GS5, they're definitely cooking something up with that Leafeon getting that second pick, as well as the Hoopa without Portal. Interesting, Tano.
I like it. I like it. You're telling your opponent, hey, we're going to be going trick, but can you stop us? They're basically daring Absolute Cinema to do it. I know you're very happy with that Mewtwo Y locked in, but tell us a little bit about that one.
Well, I saw the Mewtwo I hover, but I also saw the Tinkaton hover as well too, because Tinkaton does a lot of damage, right? You can either go Smackdown, which is a really weird move. You kind of like charge it up and it hits like a little golf ball shot, but I think Tinkaton Hammer is the best. But Mewtwo Y is just the best Pokemon in general, and there's nothing to be talked about it. No, I'm just kidding. But the Mega Form, the AoE, I think it's a really good Pokemon. Also, like a ranged attacker, I think it takes a spot because it doesn't evolve. And again, the Unite move is pretty devastating as well too.
I'm with you 100%. I think it's one of the best range attackers in the game, realistically, especially when you pair it with that X attack, or when you pair it with the Landshark that is Garchomp, not Dodo locking that one in. That's going to be their carry up in that top lane, and if that does begin to carry, it's going to be tough for Gen 5 to handle, but they do have the mons for it here, Taj. They've got that Shifu locked in. That can be a Red Bear. They're going to pair that with the Blaziken, and then you've got the early game that is Leafeon. But you can never count out the Glaceon that's just been locked in by Laratishi. I think that is a fantastic pickup.
Yeah, and this is what I think Gen 5 just realized this too. They're like, wait, Glaceon, because they really have no range. They do have the Slowbro, they got the, and again, they do have Rezu on the Leafeon that can backline, but it's so frail. Going through a Garchomp, going through a Bliss Assist, going through an Umbreon, like that Glaceon's going to be throwing shards of ice as if it's like a snow day. Yeah, Absolute Cinema is going to just have a snow day with these guys, I feel, because they don't have anything to really recover it. Also, they have no heals. They have no heals. I just realized that. It's Hoopa without Portal.
Yeah, exactly. Hooper without Portal. They don't even have any potion on there, I guess. They went for the eject button on the Mega with that Slowbro. So, which, you know, is perfect. You're on that slow beam. You want to be ejecting on your defender, but you're absolutely right. There isn't any heals coming in. They're going to have to rely on going back to that pad. They're going to have to rely on those citrus berries and their self-sustain. But Glaceon rips, Taj. That's what Glaceon is there for. It rips.
Now, again, the side of Gen 5, they're going to be on our purple side, right? Maybe they're just going to go for the secure. They're gonna lead early, right? They the only thing that has to evolve is the Blaziken as well as Slowbro, but you know, it's I mean, the one evolutions are fine, but if they can get Blaziken early online, maybe there's gonna be like, we're gonna win and be so far ahead that we don't have to worry about ripping because we can just secure it over the opposing team. But anyway, Gen 5, here we go, best of 3. Gen 5, your purple side, and again, Absolute Cinema, your orange side. We do see the Leafeon taking the center for Gen 5, and we do see as well the Glaceon on the side of Absolute Cinema taking jungle as well too.
This is exciting. It's going to be a battle of which evolution can get cooking first. You do have the two options over on the side of Absolute Cinema, but of course Glaceon needs that level 6 before it really starts to drop that damage. Leafeon, oh, mate, they're cooking from the get-go, but this Gibble's going to be tough for them to handle. It does drop a huge amount of damage, but Torchic is going to have to rely on this Hooper for the assistance to try and steal something away from them here.
So I'm really surprised that the bot lane, you do see a Kubfu. Usually the Kubfu needs that extra level 5, but again, this is a good strategy here. Leafeon coming out super early, helping their team out, but actually does get the KO'd as well. So okay, I guess it does go in the favor of the side of Gen 5 because Leafeon goes in, helps his team get some KOs, but also loses as well too. But I'm surprised that the Kubfu didn't really go and take the jungle farm over Leafeon. But again, I guess the early engage is what they wanted to do.
Yeah, they're going to try and defend this pad now while they get that evolution onto that Kubfu. But the Gibble got KO'd in this top line as well, so that gave all of the advantage really to Gen 5, and they're going to steal most of that away, but they do lock it in to become a fight. But not Dodo is going to have to back on up here because that Leafeon is a huge threat for them right now.
You know, something funny too, we do see some KOs pushing back and forth, right? But it's interesting because like it's not super aggressive as we kind of usually see. We do see the Mega Mewtwo come out too, and the Side Strike does hit, but I think they're just going to kind of back off here. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like they're kind of testing the waters here a bit of both sides. We don't have that Mega ready on the Mewtwo Y just yet. It has little hit level 6 as well, so Gen 5 know that they can realistically push that if they want to, but it looks like they're going to try and get set up for these mid-birds that are about to spawn. There's about 9 seconds here, Taj. I see that Shifu just edging between, do I want to cause some damage down in this basement lane? Do I want to go for the mids? It seems like they want to go push that basement lane whilst we see that Leafeon and Hooper grabbing all of this for free here. Complete free real estate for Gen 5.
Yeah, I mean, getting some stacks on your Garchomp is key to getting those extra levels too, and only seeing that there's only 2 Pokemon trying defending. Again, we still see a Combuskin level 6. That's not what you want to see when you're trying to like gain momentum against a scary team like Glaceon. And again, basically, if you look at the side of Absolute Cinema, again, Absolute Cinema there, right? They only need their Gibble to, or sorry, their Gabite to evolve into a Garchomp, but they're fully evolved.
Ooh, and we do have Blissey here, of course. You know, with the Hooper, you're going to get a slight bit of healing with those trick portals that you can throw out, but it's nothing near what Blissey can do. But I haven't seen whether they're running the eggs or if they're going for that safeguard yet. But Gabite is going for the KO. They grab all of that farm, but they do get the evolution onto the Blaziken. Oh my god, there's the fall from that Mega Mewtwo, and they're going to take that one down. It's not even Mega yet, but they're still dropping a huge amount of damage here, buddy. There's the spears from that Glaceon, and they take these points. The Emerald two-step comes in from the Leafeon, but it doesn't lock down any KOs. The X-Speed from that pink blob runs away, and they're going to lock in this Lecky as well. Absolute Cinema putting on a show in that top lane.
Yeah, no, Absolute Cinema doing a show. Also, too, the dunk with the iframes actually saved a lot of damage from that Emerald two-step. Nobody got KO'd when that Emerald kind of two-step went out. I do like the fact that they're leaving the Lecky to kind of go. And again, Umbreon trying to get that steal from Absolute Cinema, but again, just trying to go for the pad. I'm pretty sure he could defend against these 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a bit too hard to defend against that, but they wanted to. They're going to push on here to this T1, but look at all these mons here for Gen 5. They're going to leave that Blaziken to handle that top lane, but Garchomp slowly making their way down. They grab all of this farm away from that Razor Leaf coming on in, and we're going to have a bit of an inflection going on in this midsection here, buddy. They do manage to get away. Slowbro, though, they've got the Landshark on them. Can they run? Megu falls. Glaceon dropping the damage behind the Garchomp. It's going to be a bit too much for Gen 5. Absolute Cinema. There's a infinite Cyburn from that Mewtwo, and they take down the rest. Livid Outrage Tide is going to clean up this goal for Absolute Cinema. They've given themselves the lead. They're taking out the rest of Gen 5 right now. That's a triple KO for none other than Indigo on the Blissey. I mean, of course, they had the assistance of the damage, but there we go, buddy. Absolute Cinema putting a stomp on this game.
Woo, yeah, seeing that Garchomp going in as well too. That's when you know it's party time for Absolute Cinema again. What a show, what a film. So again, good team comm coming in, but that Blissey with that 3KO was absolutely wild. Again, like the Slowbro getting picked off again. That was such a good call from Absolute Cinema. He was so tanky, but they're like, you know what, we can get this. Let's do it again. That Dragon Rush, just taking it out, getting that stun against the wall. That was a really good solid play on the side of Absolute Cinema.
It completely changes these team fights, doesn't it? When you don't have that Slowbro coming in with you, you don't have that Unite move that just takes out somebody from Absolute Cinema, and it's a lot of tank as well that you're not going to have in that battle. So I think that was a really genius call by Absolute Cinema. Will they continue to do so though? Because Keshu may have caught out Indigo here. That was a good ambush. Out of it, and as we mentioned with the Slowbro, that means the healing is not in this team fight for Absolute Cinema.
Yeah, I do like this dunk. Actually, good defense on the side of Absolute Cinema there, trying to get that cheeky scoring, but it's not going to go through. I don't know if this Garchomp can secure it, but oh man, is it going to be a 1v3? Let's see what happens.
Ooh, Living Outrage is here. They've only just had it. How have they got that back? But no, Hooper let the portals unloose, and now they're going to lock down this Regirock. That may have saved them with Garchomp going ham up in that top lane, but they are locking this in at Gen 5. Blissey is here, but you're not going to be able to defend this. That's the right call. Let them break that pad. Don't give away the KO. You don't want to be giving them more XP than you need to, right?
Now, Tano, I don't know if we can get in trouble for this, but that was Absolute Cinema. You can call that Gen 5 move a Queen's Gambit, you know what I mean? Because you notice that, like, I was like, what happened? They all got Hoopa Portal down to the bottom. So I think Absolute Cinema didn't know that they just all came down to, because they thought they were going to push the Alekian, right? But instead, Hoopa Unite came out and then portaled their whole team down. Absolute Cinema didn't know what was going on. And then they lost their 2-1 and lost the team fight because of that great play from the Hoopa and Gen 5. So great comeback on the side of Gen 5. That was insane.
How good is this battle as well, though, Taj? Because we're at 3:35 here on that clock. There's 3 points between these teams right now. The levels are pretty much there. We have a level 13 Leafeon that's a little bit scary, but level-wise, it's pretty even. So really interesting battle here. The Rayquaza fight is going to have to be the thing that decides it.
Yeah, there's not enough time for any objectives, right? So it's either just going to be an engage like now, or just kind of farming out and getting anybody caught out. But I think they're just kind of running, poking around, seeing each other. But again, you got to realize too, Gen 5 no heals, right? So there is going to be a Lecky, so that's going to be interesting. I don't know if any team could go for it. If anything, it would be Absolute Cinema because they have more rip versus kind of like the secure. But again, I do like this positioning on the side of Gen 5 trying to defend it because again, it's super close. Looking at the levels, almost pretty much even. Looking at the score, almost pretty much even. Like if you put 3 points on the side of Absolute Cinema, it'd pretty much just be an even game all around.
I feel like, though, these objectives could turn the tide a little bit. That Lecky looks like it's going to be free real estate for Gen 5. That basement Reggie could have been free XP as well for anyone else that decides to get it. But look at all that farm up on the side of Gen 5. We're going to see Utah retreat and just grab as much of that as they can as they rotate into this Rayquaza. It seems like they want to go for the basement Reggie as well, but Hooper may have been caught out. The Dragon Rush comes in, but they're not able to catch it, unfortunately. But they have great vision on where they're going to be coming into this pit.
I do like the positioning here. So again, a free dunk going in on the side of Gen 5, right? The Blaziken is there, so then people know. So that's why they're going to engage. Absolute's been taking advantage of that. Hoopa Portal does Unite, come out, but he does get killed in the process. Tano, this is going to be insane.
Yeah, I mean, there's a slow beam, and as if out of nowhere, Emerald two-step takes down the rest of Absolute Cinema. Livid Outrage comes out from the Garchomp, but they're deciding who they want to take down with it, buddy. They weren't able to get anyone, and Gen 5 have managed to do the 360. They took down the damage from Absolute Cinema. It is just the Garchomp and Umbreon trying to do this. Of course, Garchomp has the rip, but look how weak they're getting. There's the Infinite Cyburn, but no! It's the best Charge! The Shifu locks in the objective. Leafeon's going to run on in with those Hundo burgers, and Absolute Cinema are not going to be able to do anything else at this point. We have 1 minute 20 left. I don't know if there's enough points for them to be able to score back from this.
Absolute Cinema again. So this is the crazy part about that fight, right? Gen 5, right? The positioning of this, right? I'm pretty sure it's going to be hard for them to come back. They still have shields on multiple players of Gen 5. So again, Absolute Cinema. This is looking a little harsh, but again, in 1 minute, you never know what happens, right? However, the key play was, right? Aleki, like you said, that objective did push it over. They scored for free, putting them ahead, right? So they didn't need to rip. That means that Absolute Cinema had to rip it. But then what happened was Hoopa Unbound united and then just pretty much obliterated the side of Absolute Cinema. So basically, again, another Queen's Gambit or King's Gambit, just allowing the Gen 5 the mobility to just be here and here instantaneously. Hoopa did get KO'd, but again, Absolute Cinema getting wiped in that team fight, allowing Gen 5 to get that secure with Urshifu.
Yeah, that was really strong. When I saw that Hooper falling so quickly, I was a bit worried for Gen 5 because
Yeah, me
Hooper's
too.
Unite move is like, yeah, it's great positioning for bringing your team in, but it's also fantastic CC coming
Mm-hmm.
from that Hooper Unite move, buddy. It's really good for these team fights. But when I saw it fall so quickly, I was like, oh, I'm worried here because you've got a huge utility mon that's not in this fight for you. But Gen 5 just cleaned up the damage mons very quickly. That Emerald 2-step coming in from the Leafeon, you pair that with the other Unite moves, and they obliterated the strongest mons on the side of Absolute Cinema. It was only the Garchomp left, which realistically, whilst it is a very strong mon at those high levels, Taj, it ain't going to 1v4 in that situation.
Right. Especially when you have Rayquaza hitting as well too. But again,
Yeah.
great game though. You could say again, we're gonna say this multiple times in the cast. You could say that was absolute cinema. But again, it went to the side of Gen 5. Again, solid game across the board. Now, again, it's all about these micro decisions, all these micro things, like you said, right? Objectives, right? Using that Aleki to kind of push, make you go ahead, forcing your opponents to go for that objective, and then allowing them to again fight Rayquaza, the shiny dragon. But also that means you have to fight the team as well, too, right? So but again, super insane. Again, back and forth, back and forth. This bottom objective, that was a huge fight. I think this is when, yeah, the Blissey got the 3K, right? And then also the portal back down from the Hoople. Like all these insane plays. It was so good. And again, guys, this is only the first game of Law Weeklies, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it's crazy, but and Gen 5 are really showing why they are one of the strongest teams in EU at the moment, buddy. But I've got to say, I feel like the decision to go for not just one objective, but both objectives before the Rayquaza may have been the difference in that game because they had the pressure from the Lecky going in. Easy score for Blaziken to get in at that point. They've got a Hooper. They know that they can come straight into that Rayquaza pit. But also getting the Regice. I know people think, it's a Regice. It's not as good as the rest, but it's still experience and a buff coming
Yep.
into that fight. And I think getting both of those objectives was definitely more of an edge that Gen 5 had coming into that Rayquaza fight, and it kind of showed.
Now I wonder, right? I don't think the bands were like I think again
Mm.
Absolute Cinema did well. I think Gen 5 did well. The draft was great. It was the even side across the board. But again, Tano, what do you think Absolute Cinema kind of needs to do in order to kind of get back in, get the edge? Like I feel like Leafeon was a problematic one for sure. But again, like it's really but like again, like the slow roll pick, like that was kind of weird. But what do you think again Absolute Cinema should do in this next draft? Like do they change it? Do they not? I think they're good. They just got to play a little bit tighter.
I'm with you. I don't think they did anything wrong, particularly in that game. It was 3 points between them until Blaziken managed to get those points in. Like it was really close coming into that Rayquaza battle. I just think they should have. It's the decision to not go for any objectives or not really do much up to that Rayquaza fight. I think unfortunate for Absolute Cinema. I think maybe taking one of those objectives away from Gen 5 could have given a little bit more of an edge in that. So I wouldn't be surprised if they don't change anything. Maybe they'll change out the Garchomp for something else, but just because you are relying on that Garchomp to get going quite a bit. Although it had absolutely no problems realistically in that game. In fact, it had some flashes of genius with the way that they played it in that game, Taj. But I don't think there's much they need to change from Absolute Cinema's perspective. Maybe just how they played that final 2-3 minutes.
I do like what you're saying because usually there's two schools of thought, right? I mean, I'm sure there's multiple schools of thought, right? But one of them is set up for Ray, right? Get an ambush and then KO the team and then win. But
Yeah,
again, the fact that they had Blaziken top lane with Aleki and they had Slowbro Leafeon on the bottom. So they only had two Mons like kind of defending, but well, granted, it was Hoopa. And I love Hoopa. I think Hoopa's super broken in pro play just to like teleport your team from here to there.
yeah.
But again, having just again only two Mons at the Ray pit while you're your Bruiser Blaziken and your Tank and Burst, which is Leafeon and Slowbro, are at like the bottom objective. Like, but again, they're just like, okay, cool. We're just gonna, Hoopa Portal back in and then secure and then win the game. So but just having that confidence, that is some huge confidence, and again, confidence in your team as well too, right? Because that's a crazy play for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be fair, I mean, Gen 5 have played many tournaments now together, and they've really showed how they're a great team in this EU region. So Absolute Cinema are definitely coming into that knowing who they're up against. And I think they should hold their heads high because that was one hell of a game, to be honest, Taj. I was really good with how close they managed to keep that one. So they've definitely got the capability of defeating this squad. They just need to stick to their guns and make some better plays when it comes to that final moment. But here we go into the second game draft screen. It does seem like it's going to be more of the same, although Umbreon getting the first ban here. I didn't like them having that over on the side of, which is surprising because Absolute Cinema were the ones that picked it.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to keep the Gen 5 on their toes. You know what I mean? Now again, Psyduck, I'm assuming Psyduck's gonna be banned here. Yeah, Psyduck is gonna be
Yeah.
banned. But that leaves open again Hoopa, Miraidon, right? So like I think Miraidon's gonna be chosen here, or Mewtwo even at that. But I still like Miraidon over Mewtwo. I feel like whenever you need a range attacker in this meta, it's either gonna be Mewtwo Y or Miraidon because of the charge drift. Now again, they did kind of edit the Shedinjidal shenanigans with Miraidon, but it's still again the best electric dragon type Pokemon in the game, right? Super slick, super cool, right? Zoom zoom on the motorcycle. So I'm Miraidon first pick, obviously, and then slow. See, I like Slowbro. I do like Slowbro. Paired up with the Blissey on Gen 5.
Yeah, I think that's a great pick. You're not going to be able to get Umbreon. Go for the Slowbro. You're not going to have any complaints there. I feel like the only other Mon, realistically, that probably gets a bit of a shout in at that level is Snorlax, because a lot of teams are playing it with the recent changes to it. But no, I thought we were going to get him a champ then, Taj. I was nearly going to get very excited, but I think we're going to see the Trevenant and the Eldegoss. Again, another example where if you can't get the Blissey, what are you going to go for? Usually you want to go for that Hooper for the portals, but instead you go for the Eldegoss because it can at least drop a great amount of healing. Rezu sticking with that Leafeon, going for that early game there over on Gen 5. Oh,
yeah, no, and the Garchomp on Gen 5. Interesting. It's also the Blissey and the Garchomp. That's gonna be a tag team combo to see for sure. I'm surprised that that Gen 5 didn't go, or sorry, with the Absolute Cinema. I'm surprised it didn't go Crustle to kind of do the Rock Tomb with the Charge Beam, because I did see the Hover Crustle on the Trevenant side of I can't pronounce that name, but again, Trevenant's still a good mon and a really good tank in general, but also heals on both sides. That's good. I like the heals meta for sure.
I think Utah picking up A9 is genius there, buddy. You have a look over on that side, and you're going to be having that Blaziken coming at you. You've got that Trevenant as well. I think they might be suspecting some sort of Electro Drift out of that Miraidon, because I know that they're aware of who they're coming up against. I would go for the Charge Beam, but hey, these are the pro players. But you can never go wrong with A9 right now. Fantastic amount of CC, great amount of damage, and Snow Globe, whilst it is a glass cannon, is that adorable fox. It does a huge amount of damage.
Also, at Gen 5, they have the Power Rangers, right? They have one of each, so that's a hidden bonus buff, right?
True.
That's team Voltron, right? But yeah, looking at the items again, you got the Focus Band, you have the Shell Ball, and the Spoon, and the full heal. So it might be going Electro Drift, but now looking at the A9, I'm not too sure. But again, I do like Electro Drift. I think it's really insane. But yeah, we'll just see how it kind of goes. But I do like the fact that again, we do have an Eldegoss on the side of again Absolute Cinema, and again Blissey heals as well. I think healing is definitely a factor too in a lot of these games, especially like with the poke. But we'll see how this goes. You know what I mean, Tano?
Yeah, I completely agree with you, buddy. They've got it this time coming into it. Both teams have a solid healer on their side. I do feel like Eldegoss can also add to the damage coming on in a way that other healers can't, other supports can't do, other than maybe a damage Mr. Mime. And we've seen plenty of that before, so you never know. But here we go, chat. This is going to be game 2 of these winners quarterfinals. Gen 5 taking the first one. What can Absolute Cinema do here to bring this one to a game 3?
Yeah, we do see the Blazing coming into the center part of the objective on your purple side, and then we do see the Leaf coming in on the side of orange for Gen 5. So, and it's interesting, no invades. Usually you do see it invade here, but looks like there's none going on. No shenanigans of that sort coming on in Tano.
Yeah, Gibble and Shanti versus a Glossifer Miraidon. I don't know where I want to go in that matchup, buddy, because it's already a legendary dragon. But Gibble does so much damage. Look at them putting the pressure on down here. But there comes out the healing pulse from that Chansey. They have to back on up because Miraidon is already there with some great secure and damage just from the get-go.
And I lied about the invade. We do see Leafeon on the side of Gen 5 taking as much stuff as possible. Maybe got the red, maybe did not. But again, kind of disrupting that Blaziken. We do see the Kabuskin coming out, though, which is really good because you want that Blaze kick up online as soon as possible.
Yeah, I like the fact that they've rotated pretty much the whole team, other than that Phantom, really, up in that top lane, just to put the pressure on up here. You know where that Garchomp is. That's going to be their carry. Lock that down. They push the Garchomp in, but they do manage to grab a little bit of farm, so it's a Gabite now. Is it going to be able to pick up the Citrus Berry? Yes, it does. I'm not sure it's a good decision to fight 4 Mons on that Pad Chansey, but let them get the points in, just dissipate. And they haven't really got that much there. There's 53 points on the board, but they need to be careful with the levels Absolute Cinema are grabbing here.
You know what's crazy is that Tree was just by himself against a Slowbro and a Ninetales. I was like, oh, cool. You know, sure, Gen 5 can push this bottom, but again, Tree doing Tree things and holding it down for their team. So again, as you can say, Absolute Cinema for that Tree holding it down for his team.
Ooh, Gabite, that's getting a bit risky, is that one, buddy? It is the Electro Drift we see. They've managed to fell the tree. The power of that A9 is so strong. Look at the stun. Oh, that poor Mew. They're getting so much damage put onto them. They have to retreat. And now Gen 5 have edged themselves into the lead. But that level 5 Gabite is desperate for any piece of farm it can grab here, Taj.
No, that's crazy. You just see Mew's HP get deleted from the Surf and from the Avalanche again. It's got to be a skin diff for sure. But looking at the levels, Gen 5, Leafeon level 8 already, 7 minutes and 30 seconds. This is going to be absolutely insane. I hope that, again, Absolute Cinema can kind of get out here scot-free. But again, I think it's going to go on the side of Gen 5. This is going to be insane.
I don't know, though, because they have the Blaziken here, and that is such a tough mon to handle. Maybe if we had that Dragon Rush onto the farm away from it. But look at somebody. The Emerald 2-step comes out, but they take down the Leafeon anyway. That's a triple KO for the chicken. And this is the power of that Blaziken still being one of the strongest all-rounders in this game.
Tano, I hate to make this about me this time, but was that my first caster's curse? I feel like, is that what that was? Or it's just like, oh, it's gonna be cake on the side of Gen 5, and then all of a sudden, Tano, level 10 Blaziken on Absolute Cinema. That's the catch-up EXP power of this game, and that's Unite.
Yeah, it's scary as well, because Blaziken is one of those mons that once it gets a level lead on the other team, is very, very hard to stop. And as if to prove my point, that very thing is happening here. Of course, you are pairing it with that electric terrain that Miraidon puts down and the drift, but this is Blaziken, buddy. The power of this all. You look on Gen 5, the highest level they've got is that A9 at Gen 10. Now, that would be a battle because the CC from that mon is so strong, but Blaziken just has fantastic resets.
My goodness, that is insane. No, for sure. Again, we do see Tree kind of getting some dunks. It's cool. Nice objective or nice battle coming in between here. Slowbro taking a lot of damage here. Electrodrift does come out, and it looks like he's surviving it, it seems. Oh, no, he does get KO'd.
Bright Future Meteor Storm falls, though. They're trying to pick up Utah on this A9. The Electro Drift goes in. They do try and drop that CC to get away, and they do manage to get away, but Blaziken cleans up the Leafeon, and they're still going to be able to defend this goal, but this is getting dangerous for Gen 5 on that pad. This Blaziken is becoming a bit too uncontrollable for Gen 5 here.
Also, look at the scores, 206 to 124. Again, they still have both tier 1 towers, or both tier 1 pads, pardon me. And that's really, really good because you want to kind of have that, you kind of want to have that protection and that HP, right? Yeah. Now, again, it's only at 2, but you could get a cheeky overdunk at some point, but we'll just kind of have to see, what happens. Oh, they do break it. Okay, that's cool. So, again, nice little fight coming out through here. Let's see what happens.
Ooh, all of the Unite moves are getting popped, but that Cotton Cloud Crash is going to be enough. The Snow Globe comes on out, but it doesn't take anybody with it, buddy. Livid Outrage from Garchomp tries to do it, but the Mystical Mirage protects the Blaziken, and they can't get a KO. Blissey falls instead. They're desperate for it because I'm pretty sure after looking at that scoreboard, A9 is the only one with KOs on the side of Gen 5 right now. They are just getting outmatched in these team fights, but there we go. They've taken down the tree, but Mirage Miraidon proving to be the better dragon in that one there. Oh, breaking ankles away from that Miraidon. They dropped their Unite move, but Leafeon, they're too quick for it, buddy.
Jeez Louise, dude, this is insane. We do see both objectives coming up. I think Gen 5 is going to take the Aleki up top. And also, they do take the Regirock down below. A little engaged skirmish coming through on the bottom lane. Tano, take it away, buddy.
I mean, they've absolutely exploded the Slowbro, and it seems like they're just going to push onto this path. Garchomp can't really do much to defend against that. You've got the entirety of Absolute Cinema breaking that one, but Leafeon getting some advantage for their team. They've taken that Lecky. They need to go back, grab all these yellow dots on the field here, Taj. They need to go Pac-Man mode, because we're seeing Absolute Cinema doing that. They've got two ripping down this Lecky, the rest of them going for all that farm on their side.
I would like to see the damage because, like, again, Miraidon putting absolute work. Obviously, Blaziken doing super insane as well, too. But I love to see, like, these engagements and these skirmishes. But it's just going to back and forth, back and forth. Looking at the levels, pretty even across the board, which is really good on the side of Gen 5 because the momentum was shifting towards Absolute Cinema. But I wonder if they're going to try to get a cheeky little engage here, too. But it's really tough when you're kind of pushing on the side of Absolute Cinema.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to get Garchomp and Slowbro coming in from the behind here, but I don't know if that's the right decision. But if the slow beam onto that is though, the snow globe comes out, the livid outrage. They've thrown everything onto that Blaziken, and it does fall. But the Phantom Forest from the Trevenant protects everybody else. A huge beam from the Mew. Can they take down the Garchomp? That's the threat. They have done. It's only the Blaziken that was felled. The rest of Gen 5 are getting deleted here, Taj, and they have to retreat. Absolute Cinema may have the number of Gen 5 in all of these team fights so far.
Yeah, no. So, okay, I understand what's going on. It was 3 minutes and 30 seconds because usually if you don't run AMP, that allows you to get your Unite move for the Rayquaza fight. Now, again, some of these Pokemon might not have their Unite move by the exact 2 minutes, but again, you can always kind of stall it out too, right? But that also means Absolute Cinema, do they want to go for the Rayquaza early because of the kind of the cooldowns on the Unite moves? I don't think it's worth the risk, though, to kind of go for that, but we will see some Unite moves kind of down before Ray unless they're running AMP. So, again, good push from Gen 5, but it just didn't go in their favor.
I do like the fact that they grabbed the Blaziken as well. That's the highest level on that side when they were having that fight. We now have a Trevenant level 13 as well as a Miraidon. So Absolute Cinema, they do have a little bit more level-wise, but Leafeon is at 14 on the side of Gen 5. We're 4 seconds away from this mighty dragon spawning, but it's been a close one so far, buddy. Down on this final stretch, this point difference is absolutely nothing. We know the power of back caps. It does seem like Leafeon is just getting prepared to either go for that or go for the flank. We don't yet have an engage going in yet. We're just poking the damage from both sides here, but we're just waiting for that big major engage to come in.
Yeah, what's interesting is that when the 2 minute ticked off, Mew on the side of Absolute Cinema was kind of on the pad waiting to see if there's going to be a back cap. So I do like that play because Mew is very mobile. It can stop a lot of scores as well as get to your team really fast with that Surf and Agility combo, right? So I do like this. Now, again, Gen 5 knows that they're behind, and again, they can kind of take the pokes and whatnot with the Blissey Heals, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Taking down this dragon as well as taking all those pokes, Gen 5 is going to have to do something massive here, and it looks like it's going to happen.
Oh, the livid outrage into the backline was great, but Mystical Mirage and Cotton Cloud Crash was there to stop it all happening. Slow beam onto that Blaziken enables the Emerald two-step to clean it up, and Leafeon does the rest hard. That's a 2 KO, but you've not taken out the Miraidon, and you need to get onto that Mew. They are great secures for the side of Absolute Cinema. That Bright Future Meteor Storm comes down from Miraidon, but it's not going to do enough. We have the rip on from Gen 5. Look at the Slowbro and the Blissey trying to put out this zone in. They are aware Miraidon is there. They do have the capability of locking this down. They've taken the Mew. That's one secure. But you do have Blaziken coming in now. You need to continue the trip onto the Rayquaza. It's getting pretty weak, buddy. But Leafeon is there. They've hit level 15. They've secured the Rayquaza. Gen 5 can take game 2 if they can get these Hundo Burgers in.
Jesus. Oh my God. That cheeky... Oh my goodness, that cheeky, that play, right? Like they needed to do something. Garchomp, that land shark just like dan, coming around all the way from the top lane. I do like the Mew Unite kind of protecting that Blaziken, but again, the slow beam, right? The Bliss Assist onto A9, keeping it alive. Like that was like what a good game, but like just Gen 5. That again, it's the small plays that make it. You know what I mean? Like I thought. Again, Blaziken was an Absolute Cinema. It was great. Like it was on their favor, but that the small, like, just again land shark going it went 0-1, but like that, like it separated the team enough to allow Blaziken to go against 1v4, and it's fire chicken, but it can't handle a slow beam. You know what I mean? So it's just
Yeah. They had their assignments. They knew what they needed to do coming into that
Jesus.
fight, and they did just that, buddy. Which is surprising. But to be fair, they were struggling in that game with Gen 5. Absolute
100%.
Cinema seemed to have
100%.
those team fights every single time as soon as they got Blaziken cooking. But that was the difficulty of it. The perfect flank from that Garchomp pulled away free from that fight. That enabled Slowbeam to go onto that Blaziken. It enabled Leafeon to clean up the rest of them, and then you are in a 5v3 situation, and that is a tough fight to like win, no matter who you are. Even if you're Luminosity, that is the odds stacked against you. Fantastic play from both teams, but it is going to be Gen 5 taking this quarter final. We'll see Absolute Cinema fall to the losers bracket, buddy. We'll have to keep a close eye on them though, because I thought they played fantastically well there.
Tano, this is just the first game, bro. Like that felt like finals, dude. Like, oh my god. Like, oh, best of 5. No, that was just basically like best of 3, just the semis. So but yeah, I think both teams played really, really well. Again, no secret tech really dealt out. It was just again flanks. Like again, like just kind of knowing, like you said perfectly, right? Knowing what you had to do, despite it being ugly, right? Like, it was
Yeah.
like he was uniting into nothing, right? But it took out the Mew unite, right? The separation, isolating the one key thing and having the slow beam take it down. So even though if it wasn't the prettiest thing, it still worked. And again, that's how you win games sometimes, right? It's like it might have not been perfect, but it still worked out. And again, that was definitely their play and plan. You know what I mean?
100%, buddy. Well, we are going to take a quick break while we get prepared. Whilst we do chat, why don't you check out the EUIC bootcamp that INGAGE is going to be putting on for these pro teams. We'll try and put a link into the chat for you, but it is going to be an amazing occasion for teams to get some good practice in before the amazing EUIC tournament. We're going to take a quick break. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We'll be back with you very shortly.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. I am joined up with the ever infamous Tins. Tins, how was that last match for you, buddy?
Oh, Taj, that was fantastic. Gen 5 against Absolute Cinema for our first game of the night on stream. Like, it was absolute cinema, right? It was fantastic to see them go at it. Gen 5 taking a 2-0 in the end. Yeah, what a team they are. And yeah, got to be contenders to go all the way tonight. But let's talk about our next match here.
Yeah, so we got Drill Peckers, which everybody knows, and we have this team Marble Bible Club. Different team name, but you'll see a lot of the players, familiar players as well too. But Tins, so our next match will be Marble Bible Club versus Drill Peckers, best of three. Now Tins, Tinkaton wasn't banned or even picked at all in the last match. What do you think's going to happen in this one, Tins?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because you thought when it's now available to be played, like for these players, you thought maybe they'll start picking it up with UCS on the horizon and stuff, Taj. So I'm expecting to see some Tinkerton land on this Theia Sky Ruins tonight, but hasn't been picked up yet, which is interesting. But we haven't got too far into the stream, so we will see what happens, mate.
Yeah, that's actually a good point because a lot of teams can use this time to practice and kind of see what works and whatnot. Now there is money involved in this. It's going to be first place is 100 and then second place is 50, which is great. So again, a little bit of change, a little bit of pocket change for the these teams. But again, excited to see Drill Peckers and Marble Club now. Again, Tinkaton, I feel like it kind of sits like the same thing as Psyduck. Like it doesn't really have a place in it, but it does a lot of damage when it's pocketed. But again, say you ban the Tinkaton, that unleashes like Psyduck and all these other mons. So I'm really excited to see how this band pick goes, Tins, you know?
Oh, of course, yeah. There's so many different Pokemon available, and they're dropping all the time, right? So it's difficult for these players to know what to like ban out from the start because like they've added 2 bans per team now, and of course that helps with taking threats off the table. But like we say every week, these players are so proficient on so many different Pokemon these days that like what do you ban? Like we see the same bans coming through. Is Tinkerton going to become a contender as we move forward now with the buffs coming through? We have to wait and see. But it's yeah, going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. Whether it will be picked up this time, Taj.
Yeah, so again, it's exciting to see, right? Because like say you again, Zacian Psyduck ban, right? Now again, also the target bans. Certain teams, certain players do better with with certain mons. So is it going to be a target ban? Is it not? You know what I mean? So Tins, what do you think is going to be the last ban pick on the side of OJ?
You can't go wrong with a Hooper, Taj. Of course, the hyperspace portals are banned out, but it seems that Trick has been taking now a nice forefront into the meta with these sort of pro players picking those up. And of course, Trick is in the hands of a very skilled support, very dangerous still, my friend.
I do. Okay, I thought the mime was picked. I was like, the mime would be absolutely insane for sure. But we do see again on the side of looks like purple side is going to be Marvel Bible Club, and then on the side of orange will be Drill Peckers. So again, we do see the Garchomp picked up by E-Girl, and then the Miraidon, the other Dragon type, picked up by Revenge.
Never did I think I'd see a Garchomp first pick, but apparently it was played a lot in that first set as well. So yeah, maybe we've missed something here. But Snow picking up that Mimikyu, such a fantastic player, by the way. I've known Snow a long time, and yeah, so proficient now and on these top teams. Great to see Snow getting up to that sort of standard there, which I always thought he would make. But he's going to be flanked by Trevenant there on Marv and Eldegoss with Kaiser, and it's going to be a very strong start to a draft there, Taj.
Yeah, no, exciting to see. And what's super cool is that some teams were running like no heals, but I'm really glad that teams are actually picking up no heals. I feel like when you're just ranking ladder, you can go like 3 attackers and like 2 tanks. But again, I do like the support because a lot of teams like to poke. Now, interesting thing, we do see Curse on Revenge with the Miraidon. So I'm assuming that's going to be a charge beam because again, once you charge beam with Curse, there's no healing going on when you're in that Miraidon charge.
On very dangerous pickup as well. These drafts are absolutely popping off so far. For the left side there, purple team, we've got Umi on that Mew, who we were talking about before, I think, before we came back on stream. Fantastic player last week on Mew, so dangerous. And then the Buzzswole as well, but one of Potato's top quality mons there as well. They've picked well on the orange side, Taj, to deal with that though, picking up that what they've picked for the last 3 picks there, Slowbro, A9 and Blissey.
Yeah, no, just that core, right? A9 is doing so well in this meta because again, there's Zacian, there's Urshifu, there's Blaziken, and A9 just like, nah, Avalanche, no, we're fine, dude. So the Buzzsaw, again, I did see Potato playing it. Again, it did work well. I'm excited to see this because again, they have a Mimikyu, and Mimikyu is super a great Pokemon. I was gonna say broken, but great Pokemon. Also, we do see Umi on the Mew. They like to play attacker, so again, they got the secure, they got the damage, but again, they got the Garchomp on the side of Drill Peckers. They got Blissey, they got Slowbro, and then they also have the A9. So it's gonna be an interesting front. I believe this is gonna be pretty much Buzzsaw trying to take down the A9, but getting protected by the Blissey and the Slowbro.
Yeah, they're so dangerous, both these sides. On the top side, you've got like the Buzzwole and Trevenant plus Mimikyu that's going to be in the face of the opponents. And like we were saying with Umi, so proficient on that Mew in the back line, going to be causing all sorts of problems. But we can't deny that the rip that the side of Drill Peckers have got there with that Garchomp, A9, Miraidon, it's such a well sort of matched couple of drafts here, Taj, as we head into this first match of the set, mate.
All right, we do have Marble Bible Club on your purple side. Mimikyu taking the center farm, and we do have Drill Peckers on your purple side. It looks like it's going to be... I'm surprised it's not the Garchomp. It looks like it's the A9 taking the jungle center, maybe taking a little bit of that and then going to share it off because once it gets level 4, it does have its moves. But interesting to see that the Garchomp is not going to kind of farm and rather go in for stacks and fight against his Ultra Beast.
Yeah, it's a very interesting start there. Buzzwole already taking a huge amount of damage as the Garchomp and the push onto that base. John Me do taking a huge amount of damage there. Taj and having to run back with it, pop the X speed to get back to that base for some healing. Down goes the Gibble, takes a trip back to the home base. Down goes the Chansey as well. That is really dangerous, Taj, because as we know, Buzzwole getting stacked up early like that, especially a player like Potato, that is a huge start as A9 comes to sort this out, mate.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to get Buzzwole. Also, too, against a silly little Gibble, right? So we do see the Eldegoss getting levels, but bottom side getting some good stacks in or some good scores in. Again, it's just Miraidon against 3. Miraidon definitely wants it as 5 as well as Phantom for sure.
This is a huge start for Marble Bible. Already 52 points to the good here, locking up a lot of that farm in the bot side as well. Not too many huge engages yet, Taj. Over a minute 30 into this match, just about to hit that. We're sort of 30 seconds away from that mid farm hitting the map. Both teams just heading back, grabbing all this farm. There's a little bit of an engage in this top side. John Me do again, deciding to go in there, try and pick up that farm, drop it really low. It's dangerous. There's the superpower. Down Chansey goes back to the home base for a bit of healing, and Potato really wants these stacks, but doesn't want to overstay in the face of this jungle A9, my friend.
Oh man, they do get the Gibble too. Again, Tins, just letting you know, 8 minutes coming up. We got a Chansey level 3, and we have a Slowbro finally online on the side of Drill Peckers. We'll see how the farm goes in the middle. I just think this is all going to go on the side of Marble Club. Oh, Trick Room, interesting. On the Mimikyu, but he doesn't care. He just tricks it out.
Yeah, Miraidon just disappeared there in the face of that Mimikyu. Snow is already stacked. There's a huge beam landing in the face of BNJ, and John Me do dropping really low as the Trevenant locks them down with the Wood Hammer. They're heading for the hills because they've dropped way too low there. Eldegoss is fancying that engage, but BNJ is saying absolutely no way, and that Dragon Rush collapsed them back to the home base for a bit of healing. And yeah, that was a huge engage in the center circle there, Taj.
Yeah, it should be interesting right now. Again, we do see a lot of Drill Peckers coming together, which is kind of what they need. Under leveled. Again, everybody on the side of Drill Peckers is down below, right? So this is good because it's only a Mew kind of holding it down. They maybe want to break this. I'm not too sure, but they don't want to give EXP on the side to Marble Bible Club, but they also kind of need that extra positioning against their pad. So I kind of like this play where they're not really scoring it, but that also means their top tier 1 gets put down 123 to 79 Tins.
Yeah, it's actually a huge push from Drill Peckers onto that bot tier there. They realised they needed to get some scores in before these objectives hit the map. But in that time, Marble Bible Club realising, got some good awareness of where all those players were, and they've broken that top tier base, Taj, and the Regieleki is heading straight for it. Can Drill Peckers get there in time to sort this out? It looks like it almost walked in, but they just made it. Snow is in the face of revenge. They drop really low and go down. The superpower is out. The Buzzwole slam is out into the back line. This is absolutely insane from Marble Bible at the moment. The Regieleki is in, Taj, and those points can rain in.
Oh man, you just see Mimikyu and Buzzwole, basically like 2 raid bosses following a Regieleki. It's like who's good, like, and the whole team of Drill Peckers is bottom lane trying to push. I understand that kind of mentality where you need somebody to try to defend, but sometimes you just got to know when to kind of just sit back and farm, because the Ketchup EXP and Unite's really good. We're already at 5 minutes closely in. We do see the Garchomp online, but again, level 11 Mimikyu, level 10 Buzzwole, just controlling it. I feel like Marvel Bible Club should keep pushing it. I know Ketchup EXP is a thing, but if they let Joe Perkins kind of farm up and kind of come back, that'll be an issue for sure.
There's a big overload on the bot side here as the Meteor Storm is hitting the map. Taj, look at this push onto this base. Can they get a huge amount of points? And they want that 34, and that is a 33 overcap for the Cider. Drill Peckers 200 to 113. It's great to see this, Taj. Drill Peckers are not taking any of this. They are getting straight back in the game. But Snow, that is a 0 overcap on that top base, but that is before 5 minutes, Taj. And there is another Regieleki about to hit the base. The Snow Globe is out. Down goes the Garchomp. That's absolutely huge catch-up EXP for the side of Drill Peckers, and they really need to fight for this Regieleki coming up in about 15 seconds time, Taj.
Yeah, no, that was good because you do have the Buzzwole that's not going to be available for this fight. The Blisstus does come through. The charge beams are raining down through the Trick Room. But again, we do see the push from you, which is insane. Again, Garchomp a little bit in the backside, kind of going down too low there. He pops the Unite. Again, Mimikyu does, again, Unite it as well too. But again, I think this is where Joe Peckers turns around, and they're doing that.
Yeah, that was a huge Livid Outrage coming out from the Garchomp. It was instantly shut down by Snow with a play with me from Mimikyu. They are starting to rip onto this Regieleki, which, if they can get this done, Taj, pretty pronto. There's a huge bit of zoning coming through from Potato. The smackdown into the Superpower. The Swole Slam is out again. The Slow Beam just about stops the Buzzwole in its tracks, but they're heading for the hills, and the Regieleki is heading towards the home base, Taj, and I'm pretty sure there will be another one of those hitting the map before Rayquaza, mate.
Now, again, so look at this, right? You see the whole team of Marvel Club just all in there, taking as much farm as possible. Look, Buzzwole's taking an Indeedee away from them right in front of A9, and Slowboard just being like, yeah, this is mine, you know, in Ultra Beast noises, right? But on the plus side, Garchomp did get the Registeel bottom. That's EXP across the board for your team. Now, Drill Peckers, they just kind of, they have to farm up. I think they just need to get a cheeky kind of, you know, a catch out, because, you know, when you're in a game like this is obviously one-sided on the side of Marvel Bible Club, right? But if you can get one cheeky pick on one of the high-level mons, the catch-up EXP can go in your favor and help you win that last fight at Ray.
Absolutely. As we look across the levels here, it's slightly in favour for Marvel Bible, but I love how Drill Peckers have not given anything up, Taj, and there's a huge push onto the top base here. Points raining in there. 17 goes in, 2 goes in. The Snow Globe is out. Look at this. The Livid Outrage into the back line. The Meteor Storm is out as well. A huge Horn Leech coming through from Marv. The defence onto this pad is absolutely insane. Can they get some more points in? There goes another 12, Taj. This is insane. Can Drill Peckers pick up a few KOs here? A9 doing the work. Look at that into the back line. This is absolutely insane. The charge beam is out, going to work. Another 20 goes in. They are bringing it back here, Taj. What an insane engage from Drill Peckers.
Oh, man, dude. But again, props to Marvel Bible Club, because they were all so low. And I think they're going to pay for it right here, right? They were all so low, and yet they defended the pad, right? So, again, props to the push on Drill Peckers. I get it. They have to be aggressive, especially because it was 330, right? You can actually use the Unite move. Any pick here would be huge, and that's really big for Drill Peckers. But also, A9 does go down to Mew Solar Beam, which is insane by Umi.
There's 4 seconds to go till this Regieleki hits the map. This is absolutely huge for the side of Marvel Bible Club if they can lock this in, Taj, because we know with a Regieleki heading towards your home base, it is almost a win con when the Rayquaza hits the map. Revenge has locked that in out of nowhere. I don't even see the move come through. I thought that was Stone Wall going over to Marble Bible, but there we go. They are letting that in because they need the positioning. Sometimes, Taj, the Regieleki before Rayquaza can be detrimental, but here we go, mate. We've got 2 seconds to go.
Yeah, no, again, I like this. I think, really, Drill Peckers, I like the positioning here, right? Marble Club's trying to find as many people as possible. I do like the score from Drill Peckers. They know that once they get the score and they'll be ahead, but that means it's a 4v5 at Ray. So once they figure that out, then they should engage. But now everybody's split up, and this is not what you want to see with Drill Peckers. You want to be together with your team, with your Blissey, and you don't want to get caught out like this.
Oh, the play with me is out. The Buzzwole Slam came out as well. I think that might have got cancelled. The Meteor Storm is out. Look at this damage coming through. The beam is out from Mew in the back line. Down goes Buzzwole. That is a huge pick. Everybody on the side of Drill Peckers is dropping really low as another beam hits Slowbro in the face, and he just takes it like a Slowbro and does absolutely no damage whatsoever. Look at that beam into the back line again on BNJ. Oh, this is an absolutely insane engage. There's the Trevenant uniting to the backline, picking up 3 there. This is such an insane engage. The Dragon rushes in. Look at that damage going through on the Mimikyu. Did Marble Bible Club just... Yeah, it's so difficult, isn't it, Taj?
Yeah, no. So Mimikyu got caught out, right, from the CC from Slowbro, and then got stuck and then got KO'd now. But again, look at Marble Bible Club picking it up, cleaning up. Again, it's just A9 versus, again, an Ultra Beast. So, again, good move from the Drill Peckers, but they just quite couldn't handle it. We do have Miraidon for the secure. But again, it's going up against a tree and also the secure god, which is Mew. So the boosted and the Electro Ball. Again, the Miraidon just can't quite get it. But again, super solid play on the side of Drill Peckers, but just Marble Bible Club with all those levels, just kind of overtaking that last part of that team fight. But again, good side both all around, you know?
Yeah, for sure. That was such a great back and forth. There's only 30 seconds to go there as the Rayquaza was finally taken. I thought Marble Bible Club might have just... it was a difficult one. They had such a great advantage if they got that Regieleki, right? But it was the steal that came through and that instantly put them under pressure, but fair play to them. They lost a few players and then came back into that Rayquaza fight for the second fight there, the rematch, and took every player down from the side of Drill Peckers. And they do deserve it, to be honest, Taj. They were fantastic in that first game when Marble Bible Club put on so much pressure all the way through.
Yeah, the fact it was that close, but again, seeing all that all goes down, but again, just kind of like slowing it down. So you see all this damage. They take down the Buzzwole here, right? And then I hope we can see it where we see the Mimikyu gets KO'd. Yeah, Mimikyu's already KO'd here at this point, right? So they lose the Mimikyu, right? But again, as you see, like just their the whole team on the side of Drill Peckers is kind of going down one by one, and then allowing it to just be a 3v1 at Ray and allowing Mew to secure on the side of Marble Club. So again, but GG's all around. That was a great game. I'm excited. I do like the picks, but Tins, what do you think Drill Peckers is gonna have to kind of do? Look at that damage too. But what do you think Drill Peckers has to kind of do this next game via ban picks and draft pick?
Oh, it's so tough, Taj. There were so many top performers on the side of Marble Bible Club that game. Like, they were all over it, weren't they? It was so difficult to see. Like, they were pushing hard. It was a bit of a back and forth in the end. Drill Peckers came back into it really well. But yeah, what can they do? Like, the bans are almost pretty staple right now, Taj. You know, like we were saying earlier, the Umbreons, the Psyducks, things like that. Darkrai not available today, but usually a good contender as well with all those bugs. Yeah, it's such a difficult one. Drill Peckers played well, didn't they? Like, there's not really anything they did wrong.
Yeah, and it's interesting because they use Mimikyu and they use Trick Room. Now, again, usually you want to go with that Shadow Sneak, but maybe they're trying to test things out for sure, trying to counter like the Miraidon. But I mean, maybe Mimikyu. I mean, you can't ban Buzzwole, but Buzzwole was kind of an issue. Maybe having Gibble in the jungle, in the center lane, maybe next time versus A9, because again, you want to get your A9 online, but it can do it a lot easier in lane versus a Gibble, right? So maybe they switch it out. I maybe they're just trying different things too for sure. But I mean, the Chomp wasn't really chomping as hard, you know what I mean? With this again, Dragon Shark Pokemon. So maybe don't rely on the Guard Chomp, but again, we'll just have to see what these guys ban out, Tins.
I mean, it's a tough one. The Garchomp's been a staple so far tonight, Taj. And it was, with a Blissey pocket as well, with that helping hand and safeguard, it was such a danger to the opposing team. Got a few important picks, but I'd like to shout out Umi, to be honest. Those beams from the back line are constantly hitting targets. It was insane. Like, yeah, that was so. Will we see a Mew ban? I don't think so, but
yeah, every time you saw A9 standing still, the beam was right on top of A9. It was just like just they're always constantly getting beamed. We do see the Zacian ban on the side of Drill Peckers, and then we do see the Psyduck ban on the side of Marble Bible Club. So maybe Mimikyu might get banned here. I would say Mimikyu and possibly there's the Mimikyu and Tins. What do you think the fourth one's going to be?
Potatoes offering that Tinkerton at the moment. I don't think so. No one seems to be picking that up at the moment. I don't know if that's just a lack of practice but this is a good time to practice. But with prize money on the line, like we said earlier, Taji, that maybe they just don't fancy picking up that they're not so confident on. But Umbreon goes out. That is the last mon off the map here. So we've got Zacian, Mimikyu, Psyduck, and Umbreon off the map.
No way.
To me at all. Oh, they baited us. They baited us.
Bro, I was like, if Drill Peckers is gonna use the Tinkerton to carry them to victory, that's pretty big. But we do see the Miraidon pick again. It's probably gonna be another Electro Drift or actually Charge Beam. I think Charge Beam worked really well. But Umi is so good on the Glaceon, but I love Marv on the defense. Again, Blissey Tree, such a good combo.
Absolutely. What a start to a draft that is. It was interesting to see the Garchomp picked up first last game. Like, that does give the opposition a chance, right, to counter pick you. But nice to see that this time coming through. We've got Miraidon, Eldegoss joining Miraidon on the map. And is this going to be? No, it's going to be the Garchomp picked up again, Taj. This is a very popular mon, right in the meta at the minute.
I mean, I understand. I still don't believe in the Garchomp. Like, you know what I mean? I'm sorry, guys. I still don't like. Because I just look at it as a season 1 dragon and everybody picks it and they just fluffy tail and then they lose the game, right? That's what I see as Garchomp, right? But again, the Dragon Claw, picking up as many units as possible, right? Having that rip potential too, right? Having that unite move. So again, I believe in it. I just don't like how it evolves like so late in the game, right? Because that was kind of the issue last game again for Drill Peckers, where they needed to kind of have that Garchomp online, right? So we do see possibly a Scyther. I believe that's going to be a Scyther for sure. And again, I do like the Slowbro because of the, they definitely need a defender. I do like the Slowbro. Also, I do like the Dodrio pick on the side of Marvel Bible Club because there is no Mean Look Umbreon to kind of stop that Dodrio, as well as Potato on that Ultra Beast.
Like you were saying, Garchomp takes quite a long time to get going, and snow on a. If there's going to be snow on the Dodrio, we're probably going to see that come through. Yeah, fantastic player. We just saw him popping off on that Mimikyu all game. Revenge in the backline on that Miraidon is going to have to be careful of snow on that Dodrio. We've got Potato again on that Buzzwole. Like, these players are so fantastic on so many mons, right, Taj, that it's so difficult. You can't ban Buzzwole out. You just can't. You can't ban Dojo. You can't ban Umi's Mew out. You could, but then it leaves something like Zacian or Mimikyu to come through, even Psyduck. So, it's so tough because they're fantastic on all these mons. But here we go, mate. We're going into the second match of tonight. Can Drill Peckers bring this back to a 1-1 and give us a best of 3 to cast, mate?
Yeah, I'm surprised that Urshifu wasn't picked. You know what I mean? Like, Urshifu wasn't picked because, I mean, yeah, maybe Potato could have done it, but Potato doing super, super well. Now, the only issue with Buzzwole is that if it doesn't really get ahead, it's kind of just meh. You know what I mean? But if it gets ahead, it's very, very dangerous. Now, again, we do have it probably going to be facing against the Snorlax as well, too. So it's probably going to be either it's going to probably be Eldegoss and Garchomp top lane with Miraidon and Snorlax, and then probably Scyther or Sizzle, or probably Scyther, but we'll just have to see. So again, it's going to be leaning on Snow and Potato, and then basically just kind of Umi and Marv kind of holding down with the, again, tanking as well as that range attack. I think Umi did great with Mew, but here we go. Tins, best of 3. Here we go. Game 2. We have Drill Peckers, your purple side, and then we have Marvel Bible Club, your orange side. And then we have Marvel Bible Club, we do have the Mew taking the jungle, which is very interesting there. Maybe I want to get their 5 as soon as possible, or they just want to get some buffs there. But also, I do see the cheeky invade, Tins. This is going to be a nice one.
Yeah, here we go. Look at that wall straight into the face of the Eldegoss. Snorlax is in here as well. Look at this. This is a double invade coming through. Mew's had to eject through the wall there. This is insane. Eldegoss dropping really low in the jungle there. What is happening? We've seen a KO in the top side, pushing straight onto that base is Buzzwole. Mew picks the Eldegoss up and says, "You do not invade my jungle. Get back to the home base for some heals." And yeah, what a start to the match this is, Taj.
Yeah, dude, I wonder if they knew there was going to be invade, so they put Mew there, because Mew is one of the best secures, right? Dodrio does not. Dodrio takes so long to get out of that jungle at level 5. I love playing Dodrio, but again, I wonder if they're just like, you know what, we're going to get invaded, and your two-headed Mon is not going to be able to, kind of hold it down, so we'll put Mew here just in case he can come pick up some farm later on.
We talk about Umi last game, how they popped off on that Mew, and they've just got a double KO already. As there's a big fight popping off in the top side here. Potato's dropping pretty low. The Dragon Rush pulls them out. Eldegoss is also firing away with those boosteds, and they manage to get back to that pad and pick up a berry to get those full health back up. Are they going to push onto this base here? It's so important, right? Potato had so many stacks already at the start of last game, and that is going to happen here. Another 10 goes in, and yeah, it's a very dangerous thing when Buzzwole gets online with that superpower. Here comes Dodrio now into the pad as well. Potato dropping so low. That is huge for the side of there to get that KO. Blissey has been pushed into the block zone as well, and they go down as well. What a start. We're already at the mid-bird stage, and this is an insane game as a B comes through and takes out 2 there.
Yeah, no, left, right. Like, again, like this match is definitely different from game 1 for sure, right? So I do like how both teams are kind of filling themselves out, but again, Potato on the Buzzwole, really good player, but This one kind of getting more kept in check. Again, now we do see actually a Gabite earlier on than the last match, right? So again, getting their stacks in as well, but we do see a big engage coming up top lane.
Oh, it's a huge Dragon Rush knocking off the pad. They're dropping really low. That super power came through. Down they go. Absolutely huge defense there from Marble Bible Club. They're going to now make an assault onto this pad. We've also got another set of midbirds through, Taj. A huge beam from Umi locks out. The Electro Ball came through. I'm not sure if that locked in that big Altaria there. 64 points to 14 in favor of Marble Bible. That's actually now 69, a great number. As the first objectives are about to hit the map, mate. These top birds are still up though.
Yeah, no, it's funny because the Bustle actually like used its ability and like smashed the Scyther. So it was like it like squished Scyther. So it was like let's squish him out. But here we go. A big push on the side of Marble Bible Club, taking out the tier 1 before the Lecky comes up, which means that if they get this objective, that's going to go down to the tier 2. And that's something that Drill Peckers is definitely going to want to defend for sure.
Marble Bible Club, they're making the same play from last game. It seems they really want to take out this top lane, put a lot of top lane pressure. That has allowed Drill Peckers to take that bot objective, make an assault onto that tier 1, and that has dropped really low. Scyther getting some stacks in. Very, very dangerous to allow that to happen. But the Regieleki has been taken by Marble Bible Club. That is heading straight for the tier 2, and there's still an assault onto the pad here, Taj. We've got Potato in the back line. The Dragon Rush comes through, does loads of damage. The Smackdown comes out. There's the triple trample into the back line, takes down Galaxy Girl on the Gabite. The Meteor Showers are out, and this is absolutely huge. And Marble Bible are having to head for the hills here, Taj.
Yeah, again, it was a good play for them to kind of move back once they start getting KO'd, but having Marion up there again, we do see Gabite still only level 8. It's 5 minutes in now. Again, once it's Garchomp, then it starts going online, but you still really want levels on your Garchomp, right? So again, it's definitely a close game before, but we do see a lot of momentum going inside of in the favor of Marble Bible Club.
Absolutely huge. Just a lovely Woodhammer come through straight into a drill peck from Snow, picking up the Eldegoss there. He's gone back to the base. He's got to make a nice long return down to this bot tier. Look at this up here though. Galaxy Eagle getting a huge pickup with that Dragon Rush, Dragon Claw combo. As you see a massive Horn Leech come through from Marv on this bot side. There's some more points going in. That's pushed Frigo into the back line. Can't get that berry. Tried the heavy slam onto it. So close, but not quite there. Gets picked up. Marble Bible Club, very, very impressive so far, Taj.
Yeah, I get what your broker's kind of doing, but like again, getting KO'd out like by yourself on on a tier 1, like I don't see the play there, but maybe it's something that we missed. But we do see the Knight coming out through here, big engagement coming out into the side of Drill Pecker.
Absolutely huge. Galaxy Ego popping the Livid Outrage just to stay up there as the Scyther was swarming all over them. Big pickup. Yeah, this is really interesting. We have got the interest on the bot here. There we saw a flag come up for that objective, but I think Marble Bible Club are possibly going to stay up here. We saw the Bliss Assistance land onto Snow, manages to get out of there safely in the face of Eldegoss Scyther. Yeah, are they going to go for this rip up here on Marble Bible Club onto that Regieleki? Because they are pushing. Look at Dojo here. The engage is happening on the bot side though, Taj. Galaxy Ego, the huge Trevenant Unite comes out. The Phantom Forest, the Horn Leech through the Snorlax, the block stop them from getting pushed away. This is huge. The Meteor Shower, look at the damage going through. Buzzwole takes that last Meteor straight to the face. There's a huge block comes through from Snorlax. Mew pops a Mystical Mirage to stay up. Another beam coming through, but the Scyther Rip just is too much with that Garchomp as well, Taj, and they're going to make an assault onto this tier, mate.
Yeah, no, Drillbreaker's being very aggressive here was good because they knew that it was going to be a 4. Dodrio was still up there scoring. And again, they get it, right? Because they can run down faster, but allowing Drill Peckers to make this 5 really put this in the favor. But as we see, Marble Bible Club saying, okay, cool. Well, you guys won that. We're going to win this one. Yeah,
that was a huge pickup from Snow. Firing that drill peck through again. Has been doing that all game, but then does get picked up, and they were level 13, so that's given a massive amount of catch-up EXP over to Drill Peckers. There's an assault into this base. The Buzzwole Slam is out. They sure get KO'd in short time there. And the Scyther picks up another one. This is a huge assault. Can they get a score in here? That is a 39 overcap, Taj. What a great bit of period of play in this match for Drill Peckers. I'd like to see them now get back, pick up all this farm that's available before this Rayquaza hits the map, mate.
Yeah, again, that was what Drill Peckers needed, right? They got other level. Again, levels are pretty much across the board, but look at the scores. 119 to 224. That's almost 100. Also, too, Eldegoss getting picked out here. I mean, I get it. See ya. But again, Drill Peckers, again, they needed that to get that EXP, but again, look at the scores though, right? 119 at 224. And again, Marble Bible Club gonna take this Alecki. This is definitely favoring Marble Bible Club, but again, when there's a raid, there's a way, right? So hopefully Drill Peckers can kind of pick somebody out after this Alecki comes through, and then maybe make this 4v5 and then just rip City.
Yeah, last game, Drill Peckers were in a far worse position by this point, right? Because they didn't have that top tier up. That was gone by like the 5th minute or something. At least they have that cushion this time. There's a huge block coming through there on Marv. The huge Dragon Rush Triangle combo again picks one up. They're going to have to get back here, though, in the face of all 5 players of Marble Bible. They've got together in a perfect way there, Taj. Set up so well.
Yeah, that was a very scary ambush. But again, both players or both teams knew what was going on. They knew that somebody was there. I think the block from Snox kind of gave it away a little bit, but again, you don't know because there's no vision, right? We can see everything, but they can't really see everything too, right? But we do see a lot of pecks going through. Electrodrift's hitting. Drill Peckers knows that they need to hit this, and Garchomp's kind of hitting it as well. And again, we do see the Woodhammer come through, the beams coming as well too, and a big engage coming, Tins.
That's absolutely huge. There's the Swole Slam onto the Miraidon, takes that out. The Bliss Assistance is out onto the Buzzswole. Very dangerous. Probably want to leave that Snorlax alone while it's in the power nap. There's the Livid Outrage, picks up Trevenant there. The beams are flying through, doing so much work. There's a huge Surf. Umi is absolutely insane on this Mew. Popping off the Smackdown punches Scyther over the wall, and they land to be squashed and back to the home base for them. Look at Eldegoss, the only player up. Will they have the Cotton Cloud crash for a secure here, Taj? Because that might be what's needed in the face of all these players. There's the Electro Ball again. Umi takes 2 for 2. Player of the game. Sheesh.
Okay, I don't want to pick favorites, but Umi's like one of my favorite players now. Holy garbanzo beans. The surfs, the beams, like everything, like they're running agility surf, and then they switched it over right at the last second to, I mean, obviously it's what you want to do, right? But the fact that they timed that so well that they could do agility surf during that fight and giving all that CC and then using the electro ball and the boosted at a perfect time to secure that raise. So, and again, granted, Eldegoss is known for stealing objectives, but again, Umi on that, doing so much damage. And again, it's a Mew. It hits like a wet noodle. Like when I play Mew, I mean, maybe it's just me, right? But like, again, I hit like a wet noodle, but Umi's on it, 75k damage, which is insane.
For sure. Like, oh, that was such a good Ray fight. You see, here we go. We're watching it back. Look at that beam there. Goes through 3 players. Buzzswole smacks down, takes nearly the full HP off another 2. I love that little smackdown there, not using the next attack to slam the Scyther down, because that landed straight down with like 1 HP, and that took them down. But what a great Ray fight from both teams there, Taj. I mean, kudos to Marble Bible Club. They look like contenders to take it all the way tonight, in my opinion.
No, again, I'm excited. That was best of 2, and then Marble Bible Club took it. But again, Marble Bible Club has been in this position before, just with a different name. So again, Drill Peckers did really, really great. But again, Marble Bible Club just kind of keeping those macros together. But again, see, the Garchomp, I get it, but I just feel like it's not kind of working out. But again, we'll see. Again, it's a time to play around it. It's a time to try to like work kings out, you know. And you're also playing against really good players. You're playing against, again, Umi. You're playing against Marv. So like, it's good to like play these mons, because again, it still wasn't quite working, I guess, right? So, but also too, the Buzzswole, it's hard to play against because that's a pick for Potato for sure. Potato's insane on Buzzswole. So we'll see what happens if Drill Peckers does make it out of losers to kind of come back in and go against Marble Bible Club.
Yeah, they'll want to bring it back through the losers, won't they? But we have been treated to some fantastic matches so far tonight. Gen 5 Absolute Cinema, Marble Bible Club, and Drill Peckers putting on an absolute show for us as well, Taj. But I think we're going to head to a break now, and we will be right back with you with some more Pokemon Unite action very shortly.
Oh, there we go. Hello,
Yeah.
everybody, and welcome back. We have had some very exciting games kicking off already, and this next one is definitely going to be exciting as well. Tins, how did you find that previous game, buddy?
Oh, it was fantastic. It's always nice to cast with my one brother, Tajima. Yeah, such a cool guy, and yeah, he's off to take a nice rest now and enjoy his holidays. So yeah, we thank Taj and we love him. But yeah, into this next game, Tano, Kamai Esport versus Marble Bible Club. Did you get a chance to see a bit of Marble Bible Club in action? Because they are looking impressive, and I think they'll be pushing for the grand finals tonight. But they're up against a really strong team here in Kamai Esport with some notable names there.
Well, yeah, this is it. Coming into this, we were like, who is Kamai Esports? But of course, it's made up of some very well-known players that everybody will see very shortly. Some very strong players as well. So definitely a team that the Marble Bible Club are going to have not the easiest run through, but they've just showed how strong of a team they are, buddy. But what I am interested in is, will we see much change in these bands? It seems like we're getting most of the same, really. Umbreon, Miraidon, Zacian, that Mimikyu quite a bit as well. Psyduck pretty much every single game. Will we see much changes? I feel like I want to see some of these get through, to be honest, especially that Psyduck.
Yeah, it's interesting, really, that no player has decided to take Tinkerton out of here yet, because no one seems to be playing it. It's maybe because, like I said last with Tajima last time, there's money on the line tonight, right, Tano? So maybe these teams are thinking, I'm not too confident on that Pokemon yet. I'm going to pick up a Gold Badge Dojo and just cause absolute havoc with Dropek and you get into that back line and do bits. But yeah, it'd be nice to see a bit of Kiss Bliss Kaboom hit the Taya Sky Ruins tonight, Tano. I'd love to see it.
Yes, that would be amazing. And yeah, you called it right, buddy. There is $100 for first place, $50 for second place. So there is money on the line in this one. And when that happens, everybody wants to go all out. Having said that, I think the only way to go all out is to pull out a Gengar. So yeah, that's the one, in my opinion, mate.
It's going to get banned now, mate. You've called it.
Yeah, I've said it now. That's it. It's going to get banned now, mate. But here we go. We're going to go into this first game. As you can see, chat, over there on the side of Kombat Esports, we have plenty of people that you will know. You've got Nouns there with Gatlu. You've got Pagnan there with Leo Rio Gek. 6 Seasons Zante making out the rest of that team. They're coming up against this team, Marble Bible Club, who a lot of them you will recognize as players from Lelovers, one of my favorite teams in EU. But the bands, Tins, it's all the same, mate. I called it straight away.
Absolutely, yeah. We saw Miraidon causing absolute havoc last game with that charge beam again. So yeah, Kamai Esport do not want to see any of that, taking that smartly off the map with Zacian and Leorio picking up a Mimikyu straight away, Tano. And I think if Miraidon or Zacian wasn't banned, that is a strong contender as well, my friend.
I think it's a great pickup, and it just shows how aggressive this team wants to go. Usually that first spot is given to a defender or a support, but they go, no, we're going for the Mimikyu. They lock in Umi again on that Mew, probably one of the best Mew players you will ever witness. Marv as well on that heavy tree. But look at how aggressive they're getting over on the side of Komai Esports, baby. Sixes locking in that Garchomp and Gatlu on that Blissey. Huge comp that they've already got selected there.
It'd be nice to see that rounded out with a nice bit of ranged. Yeah, the brawl coming through from both teams here is absolutely insane. Are we going to see Snow counter them here with the pickup of a Blaziken? No, it is going to be a Hooper on the map. The support Hooper is coming out. That was actually, yeah, it's so powerful. Hyperspace not available tonight, Tano, as we've said, but Trick with a Buzzswole, and we've seen Potato popping off. I'm sure you caught that last match, Tano. They're looking good, but is it going to be Tinkerton from Gek hovering over it, giving us a little bait there? You know, it's going to pick up a defender to round out this comp really nicely, and Snorlax is going to have to go to work here.
Yeah, you would expect the Slowbro to come out with it being Gek, but no, they rotate onto that Snorlax. They've got fantastic CC, and I think that's actually a really good decision, seeing the fact that Kaizen has locked in that Blaziken for Snow to take. So you've got Blaziken, you've got Buzzwole, we've got Garchomp, and we've got Mimikyu. This is the battle of the all-rounders. But the thing is with that Mimikyu, Tins, is if they play it in a certain way with that Shadow Sneak and that Shadow Claw, it's very much a speedster-esque all-rounder.
It certainly is. I love the A9 pickup as well, Tano, in a comp so brawl heavy that this side of Lelovers now Marble Bible Club have gone for there with the Buzzwole and Blaziken in your face, as well as Marv on the tree. The Zante on that A9 is going to be very important in this comp, because they're going to be very close quarters, right? Other side of Combat Esports.
Yeah, no, 100%, mate. And it's interesting because I can't really give this to any comp, really. It's a very similar comp that both teams have built. Of course, you do have Ninetales with a heavy set of CC on it, but you can never, ever count out Umi on Mew. They are fantastic on that mon. You're coming into this with one of your players on the most comfortable mon they could play. It always gives you an advantage in that situation, right?
Yeah, you can't ban Mew, can you? Like, and Umi is so confident on it. We saw it. The secure came through on the Ray Tano both times from Umi. He was fantastic in every avenue of the game. Huge beams coming through, always connecting with the squishy attacker on the opposing team. So it was actually an A9, I think, in that last match. The beams were just constantly landing, and it's going to be so dangerous to see. But here we go. First match between Komai and Marble Bible Club. Tano, over to you, mate, to take us in.
Let's go. Both of these teams have been winning 2-0 across the entire run so far, chat, but they're coming up against each other now in this first game. Torchic taking the jungle from Marble Bible Club. Komai Esports throwing that Mimikyu in there, and we're going to have this Chansey sprinting on over to stop this Torchic locking in this first buff. Will they make it in time, buddy? Oh, they do, and they steal it away from the adorable little chicken. A huge slap coming on in to take that important buff away.
Yeah, and look who it is on the Chansey. Gatlu is there. Got there just in time, and the slap came down. It was so great to see. We're up into the top half now, though, Tano, and they are going to work the Buzzwole. They need to get these stacks in early. We saw it earlier on. Potato was fully stacked so early on. And it's just 6. He's on the Gibble at the moment, trying to do something. There's the KO, and that is dangerous, Tano, because as soon as Potato gets those stacks in, that superpower smackdown combo becomes absolutely disgusting, mate.
I love this. Both teams getting really aggressive. Look at where Leo Rio is as well. The entire jungle has been taken by Komai Esports. They get their own. They take the entirety of Marble Bible Clubs as well. And Torchic is still a Torchic right now, Tins. This is so difficult for Marble Bible Club to come out of this. They need to get some more farm. I like the fact that this Buzzwole and Hooper have been having a field day in this top lane, because I think that's the only thing that's keeping them in this early game right now.
It's really interesting. The whole of 5 players of Komai Esports were in the bot path there, and that's allowing Buzzwole and Kumbascan to get stacked right up. It's an interesting play. Yeah, they're still up there now, getting the stacks in. That must be 6 by now for Potato on that Buzzwole. Probably one of the most dangerous Buzzwole players you'll see, Tano. So, yeah, they put a lot of pressure onto the jungle early game, and that's great to see, but they've also allowed a huge amount of stacking to go on in this top path, mate. We're about to see the first set of mid-birds hit the map, and it is popping off this game.
Gatlu is overstaying his welcome, but boy, what a nuisance Gatlu is being in that jungle. They've only just taken him down whilst Komai Esports locked in the entirety of that mid farm. Fantastic work by Komai Esports there, distracting 2 huge mons from the side of Marble Bible Club to enable that farm to go to their team. Such a great decision there, Tins.
Absolutely, they're making such a nuisance of themselves, our Komai Esports. They've taken the buffs early game, they're constantly in the opposing jungle. It just can't be denied how much sort of distraction they're putting on. Like you said, all that farm Tano went over to the side of Komai as well. But there's a big engage for you here, mate.
Gatlu trying to get onto that citrus berry, but unfortunately they got slammed away from it. They are going to be able to go home, though. That's a KO that Marble Bible Club are not going to be able to lock in, but now they want to push. They have level 7 on both of their carries. There's the 8 on the Buzzwole, and they clean up the Gabai. Huge super slam to that floor, and they're going to break this pad. 116 points on that board right now for Marble Bible Club, but they're getting a bit cocky here. They do make the decision to retreat. They can rip this Lecky, while we see Komai Esports go back to grab all their farm.
Yeah, we thought they would have the Marble Bible Club playbook by now. They love to put this top lane pressure on Tana. We've seen it all night from them in that last set, and they are not letting up here. Komai Esports have sort of played into that a bit with the 5-player push bot lane that didn't really do too much, but yeah, this is a really back and forth as the Buzzwole slam comes out, mate. They're trying to push this in. Potato dropping so low, can he get out? This is disgusting from him.
I think it's incredible that with that Lecky, they still managed to pick up Buzz, the Garchomp, sorry, the Gabite. But yeah, Buzzwole does fall, unfortunately. They were left there against 3. Even with a Lecky, that's not enough for you. But this rock, look at the beam coming in from Umi there. Good block coming in from Gek, trying to stop it. They've got the Heavy Slam, but it reset Tins. That enables Mew to lock it in with a basic. Snorlax falls, and now they can push onto this T1 if they decide to do so. But it looks like they're going to rotate to this midsection, try and grab this farm, and try and pick up a Mimikyu if they can. They've thrown it away. There's the come play with me from the Mimikyu, but the Bliss Assistants working a treat, and they're able to withstand that one, buddy. They're pushing on to Potato. Mimikyu coming out on top. Rio showing why this Mon is so strong, but they get pushed away by the Horn Leech, and the Blaziken Assistants locks in the KO. That is a shame, but that's the difficulty of Shadow Sneak, right, Tins? You can use it, and then you can get lost in 4v1 situations.
Yeah, I have so much to talk about there. The bot objective, let's start with that. I saw the beam come through from Umi, which was going to be used in conjunction with the overheat from Snow. And then Snow gets blocked away by Gek and doesn't land. It was so close that could have been stolen by the Snorlaxes on their own. But straight into that mid-fight, mate. And then, yeah, Leorio into the backline with the Shadow Sneak, gets a huge Horn Leech, lands on them into an overheat. So conjunction of moves used together is absolutely insane as Komai push onto this bot tier, mate.
Yeah, it's really great play coming in from Komai Esports now. It did seem like they managed to keep themselves in the early games of Marble Bible Club, but whilst putting a lot of pressure on that top pad, they've sacrificed it down on this bottom lane. It's currently 191 points on Marble Bible Club to 101 for Komai Esports, but this Lecky is here. It does seem like Komai are getting themselves in a good position to push this or try and steal it away from them. This is where the fight is going to take place, and Garchomp does just that. Livid Outrage comes out. Hooper lets the rings unbound, and with A9 providing that CC support in the backline, they've been able to take down the Buzzwole. That's a huge carry, no longer in this fight. The Power Nap comes out. There is the Phantom Forest, and Mimikyu cleans up the Regieleki. They do take down the Garchomp, but they're going to continue to push onto this pad. There's the Snow Globe that blows up Hooper back to the Pokemon Center. We're trying to put in a defense here, but with that come play with me onto the Blaziken, that does allow those points to go in, but they're going to have to retreat now, Tins, because the pressure that Marble Bible Club put up was fantastic to defend that pad.
Yeah, fantastic defense coming through from Marble Bible Club. It's so good from Komai Esports to be taking that Regieleki, because we know Marble Bible Club, we said it earlier on, they love to put this pressure onto that top tier, so that stops that for now. Such a close game, Tano. Marble Bible Club still holding the lead by quite a margin. I say that, there's the curse, 40 points popping in from 60s, and that is now all of a sudden very much closer, mate, as the rip starts on this Regice.
Yeah, we might have a bit of a battle between that Garchomp and the tree, but this Regice is going to get locked in by Marble Bible Club. No, it's not. It's going to get gecked on. They heavy slam it, take that one down. That Regice going to Komai Esports, and now they are giving themselves the level lead. It's very close, but level 13 on that Mimikyu may be the decider. They've put this game incredibly close right now, buddy. We have a minute left until Rayquaza spawns, and we know in the final stretch, these points mean absolutely nothing between them. That's one back cap away from being in the lead.
It really is, and do we expect anything less for how fantastic both of these teams have already been tonight, picking up multiple 2-0s. There is going to be one more Regieleki hitting the map before Rayquaza spawns. They're only going to be about 12 seconds for that to be ripped, Tano. Our Marble Bible Club going to fancy to put that top lane pressure on. There's already a fight going off here, mate. Over to you.
I mean, if they can pick up Geki on the Snorlax, that would be huge. We are 22 seconds away. They boosted fells the Snorlax. They are going to be back for this objective, but I feel like you've got a 5v4 right now, buddy. It might be a good opportunity to try and get some more KOs whilst you're waiting for that Snorlax to arrive. There's the Bliss Assistance. It seems like they've taken my advice. The rings have been let loose. The Phantom Forest comes on out. They nearly take down Buzzwole, but the Super Soul Slam comes on out. They do fell it though. Mimikyu with a double KO, and they're going to continue with this pressure. Komai Esports, play with me, says Mimikyu, and the tree gets felled. Ooh, baby, a triple, and they just go to rip this objective. They do have the monster zone in. There's A9, and with that snow globe, they lock that one in. They may be behind, but with these hundo burgers that they can fall in with these shields, buddy, Komai Esports are going to be able to take game one if they can continue with this pressure.
Oh, so fantastic, wasn't it? I thought that Marble Bible Club had the advantage there with the player down, but Mimikyu is just so disgusting and showing why it is a contender for a ban, Tano. The triple kill coming through. Just about Blissey manages to avoid the damage there to get that hundo in. 3-4-3 to 1-9-1 now. I think Buzzswell might have stopped the score on top there. Another 2 KOs coming through. That is 5 in the space of a minute for that Mimikyu. Some points rain into the home base. Another 207, I might add, Tano. I think this might be out of it now for the side of Marble Bible Club. Fantastic showing from Komai.
Yeah, no, it really was. And I gotta say, I think this A9 is an unsung hero in this comp, and probably most comps it ends up in recently, because it has really taken the crown of being the CC king on that attacker field. Realistically, it offers so much. The cooldowns are so good for it. It's a really good mon to take into this battle, and it's worked a treat for them right here. The Bliss assistance goes onto it. There's a snow globe, but unfortunately that Mimikyu did say play with me to that tree, but they do fell it anyway. There's nothing Marble Bible Club can do here. The rings have been let loose down there on that T2 pad, but I don't think there's enough change on the field in these 15 seconds for them to be able to not lose this game.
Oh, it's so difficult, isn't it? You either defend your base and let some more scores go in, or try and push and make it a bit closer. They did that, and it's great to see that Marble Bible Club didn't give it up, pushed right to the end, managing to break another tier on the bot side. But it's just the scores going into that home base that have tipped it over, and Komai taking the first match there. But I think that was a really well contested match, to be honest, Tano. Let's just take a look at some of these stats here.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see the stats of the Mimikyu and the A9. I feel like they had a great comp. Did both teams, actually, to be honest, mate. But look at the amount of KOs Leo Rio locked in. 80k damage. But so did the A9. This is what I'm talking about. A9 right now is such an underrated pick. It's dropped the amount of damage that Mimikyu has, but that CC damage coming on in Tins, it's so hard to handle that when you are on the other side of it.
It really is like Snow Globe coming out. It frees players in place, and then I can eject Snow Globe just does so much, right? Especially into a comp that's very brawl heavy. Like you've got Blazerkin, you've got Buzzswell, you've got Trevenant. They're all going to want to be in your face. A9 is such a huge counter to something like that. Yeah, they're a fantastic pick, that A9.
What a close game that was, though, until that Rayquaza battle. And it definitely was teetering on what do we do. I feel like as soon as you picked up that Snorlax, you had the advantage. And I think taking that advantage to them over on the side of Komai Esports may have been the better way to deal with it. I know they eventually did, but there was a bit of a delay there by Marble Bible Club. So I don't know whether that was the decider in it, because it just was a bit too much. And then Snorlax was straight back into that. So yeah, it is a tough one. You could have waited again, of course. You could have been more patient, because of course you were in the lead there. We watched in the recap. They were a couple of points in the lead as we hit that 20-second mark, buddy. But it's tough, isn't it? Do you be patient? Do you take the advantage? That's the difficulty of Pokemon Unite.
It really is. And when there's a Mimikyu on the other side, there's always a way. You know, that triple KO coming through, it's such a disgusting mon to deal with. The healing coming through from the Shadow Claw. You can literally just lock down an opposing squishy with that play with me. It's just so good. And we saw it again. It was like 5 KOs within the minute at the Ray Pit. But yeah, I'll say it till I'm blue in the face. It is a contender for a ban 100%. And a contender for a few nerfs as well, I think.
I would agree with you 100%, mate. I also feel like A9 is beginning to put itself in that position of those conversations. When we look at attackers, we see people go for that Miraidon because of how broken it is. We see them go for, the Pikachu quite a bit as well. And I just feel like A9, especially with just the way the meta has recently changed, is just shot itself up to the top of that list, realistically. I feel like you're never going to get any sort of negativity if you pick that over any other attacker, just with how much it can drop in regards to like its CC. Snow Globe is a great Unite move, and it's just tough, to be honest, to lane against, to go up against. Level 6, that mon hits a really strong power spike as soon as it gets Blizzard Avalanche, and you can combo those. So I don't know. I feel like most teams now are beginning to pick it. So it's either getting into that conversation, and I think it's probably going to be on that level of Blaziken, Tins, where like you don't want to ban it because you feel like there's more bans that are viable, and you kind of want to try and pick it yourself. But if the other team gets it, it's a worry, right?
Yeah, for sure. We say this every week, right? UCS coming up. There's so many mons in this game now that teams want to ban out. it always seems the same four are being taken out of it, but now we've got Tinkerton added. A9 is starting to become a contender. If you've seen Umi on the Mew absolutely popping off with secures and beams and everything, there's just too many mons in this game now to ban them all. And you know, all these players are fantastic on different mons. Like, you can't take them out of the game. So it's always going to be a well contested game. We saw that game there with but two really decent drafts. It just came down to that one mon at the Ray fight. Can you take it out of the game, Tano, in place of anything else there?
Well, this is it, and this is why Pokemon Unite right now is in such a great position, because there is so many mons that you can ban. There's so many that are in a really strong position. 70 licenses so far, as production has just reminded us. So many mons in this game, and a lot of them are feeling very, very strong. Across all licenses as well, you've got supports that are strong, you've got defenders that are strong, all rounders. You know, the speedsters. Leafeon still hasn't been nerfed enough in this game, in my opinion. So you've got a lot of mons that, across all of this game, that are very strong. You've only got 4 bans as we come into this right now, Tins. And can you remember when we didn't have those 4 bans? Like, what could you do? There just wasn't enough for you to really block on out. But here we go. We're going to head into this draft screen for the second game, and I think the bans are going to be pretty much more of the same.
Tinkerton might not be taken out of it, so are we going to see that picked up? Maybe, maybe not. I would love to see it, but yeah, it looks the same, mate. We've got Umbreon, Zacian, Psyduck out of it already. Is that going to be a Ho-Oh from Gek, or is just baiting us again? Charizard, Mewtwo X? What's it going to be? It's going to be the Mimikyu, maybe. Ooh. Yeah, I'm not surprised at all.
No, the thing is, they've just witnessed how strong that mon is, right? They know what it's capable of. They don't want to give the other team that advantage. So I like that decision. I think it's great. What are we going to see guys unlock in here? Will it be the support? Are they going to go for the Blissey? I think that's a great decision. No complaints with picking that up, but it does enable 2 huge picks to be taken here by Koma Esports.
Yeah, here we go. What are they going to do in response here? Is it going to be the A9? Are we going to see? Oh, yeah, here we go, Tano. There it is. Tinkerton has been picked up. I'm so excited to see that hit the map. And Inteleon picked up. I haven't actually seen that at all tonight, Tano. We've seen Umi popping off on the Mew, but I'm so excited to see an Inteleon hit the map. Probably Snipe Shot coming through.
Yeah, that's quite interesting, though. Usually you don't see Inteleon taken that early. It's usually a mon that doesn't really get picked up. So that is interesting. Tinkerton, though. Oh, man, am I excited to see that. But over on the other side, buddy, we have a Leafeon locked in. We have Potato locking in that Garchomp. So they've got themselves set up for the early game. They've got themselves set up for the late game. Great decision coming in there so far from Marble Bible Club.
It really is. I think Taj touched on it earlier. Garchomp takes quite a while to get going, so it's going to be interesting to see if Komai can get on top of that and really pressure early on. At this minute, we've seen Gatlu locking in one of the favourite mons, Greedent, with Eldegoss as well to flank that. What are the side of Marble Bible going to do in response here? It looks like they're interested again in that Mew. Umi absolutely loves it. Gold badge, cooked all night. And it looks like Marv is going to again lock in that Snorlax. Very capable. Venusaur on the map though, Tano.
Will we have raid boss Venusaur? It looks like we might. They do have that scarf on, buddy, and we know with that Petal Dance Giga Drain, when you hit those later levels, it is pretty much impossible. Well, I'm not going to say impossible, but extremely difficult to take down that Venusaur. But I got to say, mate, I feel like a little kid when I watch Pokemon Unite, when I cast it and I see people like Gatlu on his Greedent. I see Umi picking up their Mew. This is so exciting. It's just going to be a joy to watch how this plays out. And I feel like both these comps, again, pretty much like the previous game, pretty even. We do see Snow on that Leafeon. So if Snow can snowball their game from the get-go, if they can get on Zanti and they can get on Leo Rio in the early stage of the game, that is going to be a win condition for that team.
It certainly is. It's feeling like snowballs might be starting to fall in real life over here in England, Tano, because it's getting pretty cold. But yeah, I really hope Snow can pop off on that Leafeon. It's a great mid range, isn't it? Because Snow's going to pop off early game, hopefully put some big pressure onto the opposing side, and Potato's going to take a while to get going. So Snow can get up quick and support Potato to get stacked up quick. get up to that level 9 where they really can start doing some damage. But I think Gatling might have something to say about that on that gold badge Greedent.
Yeah, I mean, obviously last game we saw Gatlu doing the invade on none other than Chansey. Will they go for it on their Squavit? We know how capable of a player they are, but here we go, Tins. We're heading into game 2. Koma Esports taking the first one. Marble Bible Club need to win this or they're going down into that losers bracket.
Yeah, they certainly do. We see Leafeon going straight into the jungle. Snow, is he going to get that and then head straight over for an invade? We'll have to wait and see. We do see Bulbasaur going for it on this side. Not quite the same rip, but wanting to get up to that level 5 sharpish target.
Yeah, straight onto stacking here for Gatlu. I like this. You want to get that squirrel up and cooking with those stacks early. The pressure is happening in that top lane already. Gek trying to lock in this farm, but it is up against Umi on that Mew, and that was a really close one. But look at the invade. Here we go. Gatlu getting some stacks in, going straight on into that jungle.
Yeah, we've seen Gatlu do this so effectively in the first match as well, just starving the opposition of farm, and that's why we don't call these players pros for no reason, because it's causing so many problems for the side of Marble Bible, just constantly pressuring them, taking their farm. This is exactly what we want to see from him on that Greedent. Look how close to an evolution already, as the first set of midbirds are here and the players are ready to him.
Can they sneak in a stack? Yes, they do. Nice pressure coming in from Leo Rio, but they have managed to get Potato into that Gabite situation. They want to try and pull Scovet away, try and lock in that KO, but it's Greedent now, buddy. They take down that Gabite with some great play from that Venusaur as well, and it seems like they want to continue with that pressure up in that T1, but of course they do have Leafeon there. Whilst down here, Marv slamming down any piece of farm they get sights on. Gek trying to narrow it down, but not able to. Whilst again, Komai Esports are going to invade that jungle, Tins.
Yeah, they're constantly putting the pressure on, aren't they? Snow's trying to do something about it in the face of Gatlu. Gatlu is just so good on this Greedent, putting so much pressure on. Look at this, just completely taking down Snow there. He could not move. The stacks are going in. There's some big points going in on the other side, though. Marble Bible getting some in there. A huge water gun comes through from Zante, doing huge damage. It's so back and forth, Tano. There's not been too many scores to speak of so far, though. We're over 2 minutes into the game. Dropping really low up here. And yeah, he's going to have to head for the hills, is that Blissey?
Yeah, I mean, it's all good having a pocket Blissey, but when you're coming up against the power of an Eldegoss Gatlu on Greedent as well, and then, of course, that's, well, it was a Drizzile putting the pressure on him, but it is a bit too much. But here we go. Gabite is back. They need to get this evolution as soon as possible, but you have this squirrel constantly in your face, and there goes Leo Rio. They are here at level 8. They've got that Giga Drain. They've got that Petal Dance. That's going to be tough for them to handle. It's going to all be on who can take down this basement lane now. And again, they do fell Gek. Fantastic play from Snow, so they can put some pressure into these goals, and it seems like that's how they're going to have to play this game, Tins. You're going to have to alleviate the pressure that you're taking on top down in this basement lane.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge because Marble Bible Club have gone for the top lane, putting so much pressure on in the previous games we've seen. They've switched it up here and they've gone for these scores in that bot lane, left that basement tier on like 9 points, I think it is. They're now going to work on that bot objective. Some scores are going in behind them from the opposing team. That is locked in by the Leafeon though, Tano. And here we go, look at this Venusaur, level 9.5 already, absolutely cooking.
Yeah, I mean, great play by Snorlax just to zone it out, but of course the rest of Komai Esports is there. We do have a Tinkerton on the field. There's no Corviknight, but it says Snorlax will do. They put the pressure on, but they have to retreat now, Duzgek. Unfortunately, that was too much beaming coming their way from Umi, and we have a 1v1 going on in the Flux Zone. Gatlu does eventually fall, but boy, what an amount of damage they put onto that Gabite, and of course, preventing it from doing the farming it wants to do. Emerald Two-Step does fell the Elder, and it does seem like Marble Bible Club are now going to head up into this Lecky range and take it down.
That was a huge Emerald Two-Step. Such overkill on that poor little Eldegoss. I think the Razor Leaf killed it, then an Emerald Two-Step just landed on the poor body. But yeah, that is locked in from Umi. The Regieleki is going to head towards that tier 1 of Komai Esports. There's a Livid Outrage out, Tana, and there's a big assault onto this pad, mate.
Yeah, the Bliss assistance to ensure that that Garchomp does not fall during that Unite move. They break in the pad, and they're now in the lead, 180 points to 94. We saw the Azure Spy Vision come on out to defend that pad, but it seems like both teams want to go their separate ways, try and grab some farm, while Inteleon tries to poke that jungle away from that Leafeon that was invading.
Yeah, we're almost halfway through the game now. It's so well contested. It's so back and forth. Marble Bible Club going to decide to push onto this base. They're pushing that farm away. Tinkerton just trying to get the bonk onto it to pick it up. But yeah, this is absolutely insane. Gatlu's in there again. Big showing in this bot tier, Tano, because both top tiers have gone. It's going to be fight for the next bot. Reggie as well coming up in about 10 seconds. It's all popping off, my friend.
Yeah, it seems like Komai want to continue with the pressure on this T1 pad. 14 points in there by Greedon, but they're going to fell the Tinkerton in return. These snipe shots doing huge amount of damage, but it is going onto the tanks. They're not taking down the squishies that they want to aim for. And there's the livid outrage in the backline. Verdant Anger tries to come on out, but they fell it just in time. Goodbye to the Inteleon, and this is Marble Bible Club with a huge offense. They've given themselves an even stronger lead, and now they're going to be able to take this bottom objective. Komai Esports are yet to lock in a great objective for themselves.
Yeah, the rip going to work there from Potato on that Garchomp as soon as the autos get going, and look at that, who locking that in again, Tano but Umi on that Mew. We've got 15 seconds until the Regieleki comes up. Both teams have lost that tier 1, so it could be some really nice pressure whoever takes this one. I'm not sure, unless it's taken really quickly, whether another one will be showing before Rayquaza hits the map, Tano.
This is the power of Greedon. We see Snorlax there just constantly trying to get in the way of the Greedon. They're trying to go for it. We know how much of a nuisance that mon is, and you can't help but want to KO it. But in the meantime, the Azure Spy Vision comes out from Inteleon. They're going to rip this objective. Good effort by the Garchomp, but he wasn't able to find it with that Dragon Rush, and now they're going to be able to fell the Landshark themselves. A Power Nap comes out from the Snorlax. A huge amount of CC to take down that Tinkerton with that beam. There's the Verdant Anger. Double KO coming in for the Inteleon. They can start to clean up Marble Bible Club here. That is a triple for Inteleon. Zante cleaning up the rest of Marble Bible Club. But it seems like they've made the decision to push this bottom pad. But guess who was prepared for it? Garchomp is on the way, and they have the assistance of Marv here on this Snorlax. What a fight this is onto this T1 pad. The block from the Snorlax pushing them away, but so much damage coming there, Tins. It's difficult because they get half health. But a great defense coming in from Marble Bible Club.
Yeah, absolutely huge. Komai just decided to head back, pick up this farm in the end, Tano, because there's not long left until the big green dragon hits the map, and we know how important that is for these teams to get back now, pick up the farm. There's a few Unite moves on both sides that need to be recharged with only 30 seconds to go. Marble Bible Club do have about 113 point lead here, 25 seconds to go. There will be a bot objective, actually. Will anyone decide to show for it, or are they just going to focus on getting these Unite moves back up for the big fight, Tano?
Yeah, I think that should be the shout, but they do have the rip on the side of Marble Bible Club, especially with that Garchomp, and it seems like that's what they want to do. They do have 10 seconds, but no, they're deciding not to do so. I think they may have had a little bit of connection issues there because they went away from it, but they've gone back. But it seems like here's the fight, buddy. A beam straight in the face of Gatlu. There's the Azure Spy Vision. The Verdant Anger comes in as well, but they've not been able to pick up a single KO with both of those Unite moves. That Bliss assistance keeping Garchomp around, and the Venusaur has been felled. A double KO by Umi. This might be a game-free situation if Marble Bible Club continue with this aggression. Who can lock in the Rayquaza? The Mystical Mirage comes on out. There's the Berry Blast coming from the Greedon. Who's going to lock it in? It's the Elder Goss! Komai Esports steal it away, but they are still points behind. But check where Gatlu's going.
Unbelievable. This is going to put them 1 point behind, right? Oh no, they still need another 14 points, and more points need to go in. That was just such an insane Ray fight, wasn't it? Oh wow. Yeah, they've now taken the lead off Komai Esports. I thought for all the world, after Umi got another huge couple of KOs on that Mew, that they were going to go on and finish that fight. I don't have a clue how Komai took that in the end. But yeah, Eldegoss absolutely popping off, and these players can just make something out of nothing, right, Tommy?
That they can, and Sixes did just that, locking in that objective, but also making the decision to take a fight, but ensure that you still have your shields. We saw Gatlu sprint to that T2, right? They Usain bolted straight to score those points, and then they had a T1 in that bottom lane, which is just too easy to score in. And it seems like with 30 seconds left in this game, there's not going to be enough of a push coming out of Marble Bible Club, because yet again, Komai Esports continuing with the aggression. This raid boss Venusaur does not want to go down. It's got 3 on them right now, Tins, and it still hasn't been felled yet.
It's so insane. And in the end, it took Snow to jump in there on the Leafeon. The focus band on top of that Tana was just so insane, right? You just get that lovely amount of healing back when you're dropping low. But yeah, raid boss for sure. We saw Inteleon sneak along and pop a few more points into that mid base, just shoring things up. Yeah, it was a really great game, and Marble Bible Club were fantastic. But yeah, Komai just somehow pulling the Ray out there, even though they the worst of it in the Ray fight.
Buddy, that was an exciting game. It honestly felt like Marble Bible Club were beginning to get themselves back into that potato, was beginning to really cook. Umi, of course, doing what Umi does best. But what a battle that Rayquaza came down to. Good pressure coming in from Marble Bible Club here, as we see in this replay. They do manage to take that goal, and then the pressure here, right? It did honestly feel like Komai Esports was beginning to clean this one up, but Marble Bible Club just managed to answer, fell in the double KO, and then here we go. Here's the Rayquaza battle. The rip goes onto it. They've got the Garchomp there. They've got the Mew there. The Leafeon preparing for anyone coming in. They weren't prepared for 6s, buddy. What a lock-in by that Eldegoss.
We said about it, it takes something out of nothing there. Had the worst of it in the fight, but there's always somebody raring for the secure. And Gatlu obviously making himself such a nuisance again. They probably focused a bit on that, but then all of a sudden, Eldegoss comes out of nowhere, picks up that huge secure. 95k damage as well from Leorio on that Venusaur Tana. Absolutely disgusting.
What that means is that in the winners final, chat, we are going to have Gen 5 versus Komai Esports. Some massive names within this EU scene is going to be in that winners final. Marble Bible Club are going to head on down to the losers bracket. It's going to be interesting. They're going to be coming up against Absolute Cinema, another team that has made their way throughout the entirety of this tournament. But we're going to take a quick break, chat. And whilst we do, make sure you have a nosy at the EUIC bootcamp that INGAGE GG is putting on. We'll put a link in the chat. Have a nosy, because we've got a lot of really good teams that are going to be taking part of that bootcamp, but it is highly sought after. So if you are in a team coming to EUIC, you want to get some practice in before, you need to make sure that you sign up for it. You don't want to miss out on that opportunity. We're going to take a break. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We'll be back with you very shortly.
Welcome back, gamers, one and all. I know I don't look like the most handsome man in the E region, Spartano, but I am just a man from the OC region. Welcome back to our weeklies. Tins, what a bunch of games that we've just had.
Yeah, for sure, mate. We've seen some absolutely insane games tonight. All of them actually ending in a 2-0, mate. So we started with Gen 5 Absolute Cinema for our first match tonight. Fantastic game. Gen 5 taking that 2-0. Marble Bible Club Drill Peckers after that in the winners' quarterfinals as well. Marble Bible Club taking that 2-0. And then Koma Esport finally taking down Marble Bible Club, who will then fight through the losers. But talking about this game coming up here, Lobo, Koma Esport versus Gen 5. Insane players all through here.
Oh, absolutely. We've got Leoria, we've got Gatlu, we've got Yitao, we've got Megu, we've got Cesaro, and we've got Sixes as well. These players are ready to brawl it out. We've got Zarshan, Mimikyu, Psyduck, and a free spot in a band. Not something we usually see in that instance, but Gek gonna pick up possibly that Moran on first up.
Such a dangerous mon there. Have we seen a no ban come through? Didn't fancy it. There's no good mons in this game, Lobo, but Slowbro being picked up and flanked by Blissi. Such an insane combo there, because neither of those are bad with any moveset, right?
No, we talk about Garchomp stonks on the rise. Blissey stonks are on the rise. They are just increasing in value. Slowbro is a Pokemon that has not, I think, since it's released, ever lost value in those stonks as it gets picked up. Gek's going to pick up that Umbreon, such a good player on that Umbreon. And Gatlu gonna play the little trickster demon himself.
Never a bad choice. Obviously, Portal's out of the question, but Trick, it can be insane with the right combo. Are we going to see? Can't see Mimikyu with it. We could see a Buzzroll potentially. That has been on the map a lot tonight. Resu and Kayak going for Mew Umbreon in response here.
Oh, Kayak has picked up the Garchomp, so the Blissey Garchomp is in full effect. Here we go. Leo Rio is going to pick up the Gengar. Our boy Tano must be jumping out of his seat, seeing the Gengar pick. Six is going to pick up the Buzzword, and Yutao hovering over the Blastoise. Not usually. Oh, he's going to change to that Urshifu, as we well know. They are very, very strong on that team. Very interesting comp all around, Tins.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very brawly, isn't it, on the side there, with the Yutao picking up the Urshifu, and you've also got the Garchomp there for some huge rip. You can lock players down with Megu on the Slowbro. We've seen some insane Mew gameplay tonight, Lobo. I'm sure you've caught a little bit of it, but yeah, this is some really nice drafts here. I cannot wait to see what Leorio does on this Gengar, because absolutely popped off last game.
So used to seeing Leorio play in a more all-rounder moveset, but again, this is what these tournaments are for players to test out the Pokemon that they want to play. Resu coming back with the Damage Mew, seen them play very, very well on this Pokemon, Tins. Damage Mew, not only with the Electro Ball and Solar Beam, is just able to output a ridiculous amount of damage, but who is the one that's going to be able to catch the Mew? Possibly the Gengar, but not too much of a squishy team on the side of Gen 5, so that Gengar might have a little bit more trouble. I'm keen to see what moveset it decides to go with.
Yeah, I love the Urshifu pick from Utah. If that is going to be a Red Bear with that Ebon Fist, that is great for locking down that Gengar there. Could be a great counter. Obviously, you've got Umbreon as well that can... Have you ever seen a mean look onto an Ebon Fisted Urshifu? It's so funny, mate. But yeah, here we go. If we manage to see that this game, it'll be absolutely epic, mate. But here we go, the first match.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so interesting to see all these new players in different teams, just in, having a little bit of fun with it. We love to see it. We got Urshifu inside the central area. Gengar taking the central area up for the other team, for the purple side. And it looks like we're going to see ourselves a double invade, Tins.
Yeah, we've seen that already, mate. This is good, to be honest, because it's allowing that Ghastly to sort of get the jungle undetected, right? There's no one. It's just putting so much pressure on. We've seen Komai Esports do this in the last set as well, against a very good, capable side as well. But yeah, it's great to see the Ghastly being allowed to get all that farm. And this, yeah, Resu already locking in so many great farm for his team already on this bot side.
Megu is on a line. The new boost is going to come in. Gengar is here. He's evolved into Haunter. He's got that Will-O-Wisp heading on into the top path. Gibble still not online as of yet. We've got most of our players heading down into the bottom lane. But we just want to make sure that Gibble stays online, Tins, as these Altari is about to spawn.
Yeah, we'd like to see the Gibble get online. Utah is online, though. It is going to be a wicked blow, Lobo, which is going to be great at locking in these huge sort of pools of farm that spawn around the map for such great level ups for the team. It's going straight into the jungle here, locking in this red buff. Nobody is going to contest that. Huge damage from the wicked blow, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going on in. Haunter is chasing down. We got Buzzwole. Haunter is chasing down the Gabite. Buzzwole is just going to try and smash these eggs, scramble them up a little bit as both teams going to head down into the bottom area here. Haunter managing to take down the Gabite there. That's going to be some great levels for it, Tins.
Yeah, it's so important, right? The Haunter got stacked up nice and early. We called it at the start where the double invade came through. Just allows Haunter to get online. If we can get a Gengar on station pretty soon, that's going to start to snowball potentially, Lobo, which is very important for that side of Combat Esports.
We got comments coming on in. Utah unable to make it out, gets taken down by the Haunter as well. Chargeby's just going to put a big amount of damage onto Mega. He gets stunned into, I believe it's the Shadow Ball. It is the Shadow Ball, and Lirio is just going to try and score in everybody's faces. Blissey is here, but there is so much damage to come out from the charge beam. It's just going to whittle everybody down, and then Gek is here to also do some foul playing and nonsense, but Utah is back with that Dark Extra. Beautiful stun by Gatlu. Unfortunate, the throat chop able to take down a Miraidon, and that is going to be on side of both, as Utah's just going to try and secure all these wicked blow, but Gek is here just not to let him have a free reign, as well as Gatlu. These members are just fighting all over the map. 7 seconds.
Again, a couple of really important scores in there, but a massive defense coming through from Gen 5. Utah popping off. Level 9 Urshifu on the map. Really great for securing these objectives up. Gengar gets the Blissey on the bot side. Regirock's dropped to half Lobo. Miraidon gets a huge pick on the secure for Gen 5. I think he'll be able to lock this in here.
Yeah, Charge Beam and Gengar is just going to lock that one on in. Are they going to push on to this pad? Yes, they are. Gek and Gatlu are just having way too much fun. There goes the hit. This into the Shadow Ball. And it looks like Gen 5 are just going to have to back this one off. 30 points going into the top path. Regieleki is still alive. And Komai Esports are schmoving and grooving.
Absolutely huge. 37 overcut that was on the bot side there, Lobo. Oh my, Esports taking a massive lead here, about 140 or so points. Some more points raining in that top tier. They're trying to take these bases out. 60's dropping really low. They're doing everything they can. There's that superpower. Look at that Ebon Fist going through. The first connection takes out that Buzzwole. They are pushing onto the Hooper here. Big throat chop boosted, takes that down. There's some back caps going through as well from the Umbreon. They are popping off here.
Gek is having a fun time. Thunder's raining down from the side of Xanthi. Chargebu is going to come on there. More focused on the Altaras, but Chargebu is now going to focus on the Regieleki, but Utah is there. Nobody's going to deny the angry fists of the big bear. And we've got a possible engage coming on. Gengar is going to use its Unite move here. Big slam by the Buzzwole. Mew's going to have to pop its Unite move as well. Bliss Assistance is going to come out onto the Garchomp. Livid Outrage is going to come on out as well, but Bright Future Meteor Storm is going to counter the Livid Outrage into the Midnight Prance, and Komai Esports thought they were down, but they are not out. Gek just going to score in the faces. Umbreon's so good at this. Trick's going to come out. There's the Hypnosis into the Shadow Beam, into the, the Shadow Ball, but Gen 5 proving that they can defend just as well as their counterparts.
Yeah, what an engage that was there. We have got 15 seconds to go until this bot objective hits the map. Yeah. Who's going to get the better positioning here? Komai have still got this bot tier up, Lobo, so they do have the advantage, but Gen 5 have been playing so well and have that huge wicked blow secure, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Charge Move's going to go on. Big slam on it to the slow bro. Gets finished off by the Gengar. Gengar's gone in once again. KO streak of 2. It is a Reggie steal. Both teams want to take this inside the top path. Gatlu used the rings unbound, but Kaya said, no thank you. I'm going to get some stacks in. I'm going to get a 40 in as well. Komai Esports going to take that Reggie steal very well, but Kaya is just going to try and get that dragon as online as it possibly can.
It's very important scores coming through there from Gen 5, who were falling quite far behind in that Avenue 6. He's dropping really low here in the face of 3. That's a huge Dragon Rush and stun there coming through. But here's Leorio, who gets slow beamed in short order there, Lobo.
Slow beam into the scoop. The Livid Outrage is going to come on out as well. Charge Beam is going to try and stop any scores from going on in. Gatlu is on the other side of the map, hoping to pull that portal, but he doesn't have anything to pull it with. Electro Ball is going to go in. Thunder is going to go onto the Maride on Charge Beam. Nice, beautiful eject backwards. And then the Umbreon is still there, but there is the Hooper unbound once again to bring everybody back in. Gengar almost going to get caught out by the Surf. He does do a beautiful hypnosis to put the Slowbro to sleep. Gets finished off by the Miraidon into the Bright Future Meteor Storm. The scoop's going to come out from Garchomp, but it's not going to matter. Gen 5 are just locked onto their pad. Hooper is there. I mean, Mew is there with a beautiful secure with the Mystical Mirage as Miraidon goes down to the Regieleki, and Gen 5 are fighting back any which way they know they can. Gengar is popping off, putting people to sleep, shadow balling anyone in his place. And now, with 3 minutes left to go, Mew's getting a score on the bot pad, Tins.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge for the side of Gen 5. They've almost brought themselves back level. That was some masterful Mew gameplay. We have seen Mew players popping off tonight, Lobo. That Surf coming through for the stun and then taking that Regieleki in the face of the opponents there. Such a fantastic play there. 17 seconds to go for a bot objective before a Quasar, Lobo. Which team is going to show interest in this? Looks like Komai are all over it.
Komai are all over it. Garchomp is still in that top lane. Have not seen the big dragon leave that top lane, but as I say that, Gen 5 are going to make their way down. Utah probably not going to want to try and take this depending on what Reggie it is. It is a Reggie steal, the exact Reggie you want to see before a Rayquaza.
There we go. Komai have locked that through. We've got a little under 10 seconds to go. The great positioning is out from Gen 5, and there's a fight already popping off here. Umbreon's in there. Huge little teleport there, back there. Gengar tried to connect with something in the bush, just couldn't quite get there. There's a bit of a knock onto the Ray there from Gen 5. Both teams just sort of back and forth here, Lobo. No one doing any real damage at the moment.
Yeah, look how far Gekin is in, but he is trying to get on in out as well. Oh, big trick shadow ball on and a hypnosis on to this onto the Slowbro. The Mew beams are just popping off. They need to find a way in. Both the all-rounders situated in that top half. And all the rest of Komai Esports is in that bottom part. Gengar's just going to take a quick little nap, take a visit to Nurse Joy, come back to the Pokemon Center and let them back in. But neither team ready to blink, Tins.
Yeah, this is such a close game, isn't it? There's a little over 50 points in it. No one. That's a huge beam coming through there. I'm a ride on those. Just getting a little bit far forward. Wants to be a little bit further back. Another huge beam. What is this Mew gameplay tonight, Lobo? Every beam is just landing targets. There's the Ebon Fist in the back line on 60s. The huge boosted. Oh, no way. How have they gone down there? But Swallow is literally no HP there.
Yeah, Sixes is going to get out. Gatlu's going to decide to rip the Hooper Ball. Big beam. It's going to come a big stun onto the Slowbro. Shadow Ball's going to finish it off, but Gengar is in. It does not matter. Blissey is going to have to pop the Bliss Assistance at the right time, but it does make it off. It does make it off at the right time onto Utah, but now Komai Esports have decided to not even go for the Ray. Geki's going to get a score inside the bottom path. Big slam down onto Utah. Gets him pushed back. Just get the takedown, and now they're not even going to need the Ray, because not only is there a Ray, but there might be no way for Gen 5. Scores are going in, but they have a Garchomp. Gen 5 have a Garchomp. They're inside the pit. It's being ripped. Mew is there. Slowbro is there. Could this be the way that Gen 5 come back? There's 14 seconds left to go. The rip is going on. Umbreon is still in there. Charge Beam is going on as well. Here we go. Where is it going to go? And it is Gen 5! Gen 5 managed to secure, but they've only got 3 seconds. They've got 3 seconds. Score, boys. Score! No!
Oh, no way. If they could have just got that rip a little few seconds quicker. The Moonlight Prance, insane, Lobo. The stun just locked that down for a few seconds there, I believe.
Oh, Even if
Oh,
Slowbro managed to get a score in, they would have needed a double dunk to get that in. But getting that Rayquaza at the 3-second mark was insane. Have a look at some of these highlights. Nice eject coming out from the Maridon. A big Wicked Blow onto Gatling to take him out of the game. And Wicked Blow securing once again. It's such a good secure, Tins. It's such a good secure.
yeah, that's why it's picked up, right? But it didn't help this time. Gen 5 couldn't quite lock in that. Yeah, well, they got the rip, they got the secure, but just couldn't quite make it in time, Lobo, to get those all important dunks in. Could it have been different if they had maybe another 10, 15 seconds to get those points online? They were quite a way behind, right?
And that's just that's good management by Komai Esports. They decided, you know what, we don't need the Rayquaza. They didn't have the rip potential on the Rayquaza as well. Go get your scores in. Gex scoring a nice 40 after that initial Ray fight, and then Buswell and Hooper going and scoring a few more points there. But Zante with the 91k damage and 19k damage dealt. It just shows how crazy Maridon is right now in this current meta.
Yeah, Maridon's just doing all sorts of damage from the back line, wasn't it? Constantly, that charge beam hitting so many players side to side, just knocking those health pools down for the setting up the KOs for the team. Such a dangerous Mon Lobo, and is usually up there in the ban list. So it's interesting to see that hit the map. But yeah, we see why it's a huge contender for a ban, right? Especially with that Unite move being so effective as well.
I was a little bit concerned with Leoria on the Gengar. It is a fairly cushy Pokemon if you get caught out, and obviously the opposing team had Gen 5 did have a Slowbro, so I was wondering where that Slow Beam was gonna get targeted. But Leoria doing such a great job. Sixes getting out on a live and a prayer, HP and a prayer, as Tano likes to say, in that raid fight, and having to just retreat. Again, what a fantastic game between all these. Just having a look at the team, the players on this Komai Esports, Gek, Narami, Leo Rio, Sixers, Zante, and Gatlu, all members of teams that we know. So that's incredible. And then Gen 5 with a powerhouse roster of them of their own as well, with Zero, Mega, Utah, and Gone and Crazy. But you know, these players are just incredible. And to see what they pull off week in and week out, I'm curious what they're going to do with the new Pokemon that is released, because we know Tinkerton is being let out of the ban jail. So it's going to see how much fun it is to watch the big hammer get dropped on Theos Sky Ruins.
Yeah, we see it earlier on, and it does seem like it's quite difficult to get the thing online. And at this point in time, players are obviously working out how it fits into their comp, and it's great to see that a team has picked it up tonight, giving that a go, because even though there's money on the line tonight, it's obviously a great chance to be getting the practice in with these mons before the big UCS season starts, which is not far away, Lobo.
No, we've had a few cups already. We've had our December Cup as well. We've had the AOS Cup, which determined who was going to get to go to EUIC as well. So the season is underway, but in the new year, the season is going to continue as well with those January Cups. It's going to be a big thing. So here we go this time. Gen 5 is on the purple side, and Komai Esports is on the orange side, Tins.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see what the bans come through here. It looks like a Psyduck is an early contender. Not surprised at all to see that off the map. We haven't seen a single Psyduck let through tonight, Lobo. Even after the little nerfs it took, it's still so good at like locking down your opponents, right?
It's so good. I think the ability to just launch out multiple surfs and just be able to swim around the map is so interesting. But Gen 5 still choosing not to use that second ban slot, which might be a strategy here, Tins. It's actually an interesting one, but Mimikyu never going to get let out either, and Darshan is going to be taken off the board, as Urshifu could go first pick. Oh, nope, it's going to be Slowbro. I thought an attacker going first pick would be interesting, but it's going to be the defender.
How many times have we been baited today thinking, 1 second to go, that it's going to be something? But we saw the Garchomp first picked earlier, which is very interesting as well. But what is the side going to do in reply here? We've got potentially Umbreon and Inteleon locked in, but I'm not going to say that just yet because we still have 2 seconds to go. But Umbreon and Inteleon again for the side there.
I like this. Sixes is just playing a whole host of different Pokemon. We saw them play, I believe, the Buzzwole in the previous game. I actually like that, seeing these players shift the roles, shift the what they're gonna do in that team composition based on Pokemon that they are very confident with. So maybe Sixes is just confident with the Inteleon. Resu's gonna pick up the Leafeon. Sazero is gonna pick up the Blissey as well. There's no way Garchomp Blissey gets allowed once again. But Leo Rio has decided to bring out. Oh, I got baited once again. Zante's gonna take the Espeon. And Gatlu is going to take a little inspiration from Bruv and bring out the Mamoswine.
Can't wait to see this. We've got 2 mages, 2 defenders on the map. Will we see Umbreon support potentially coming out here with that Wish build coming through? Could potentially see that. It'd be interesting to see what Leorio picks to round out that comp, though, Lobo.
It's going to be interesting because Yutao is on that Blaziken, and then Kai is going to pick up the Serena. I'm going to say, I wonder if he's going to go back to that Metagross, but no, he's actually going to pick up the Zeraora, which we have not seen too much competitive play, but we know with that iframe moveset, I believe it's Wild Charge. The Wild Charge and the Dash In is a common moveset now with Zeraora. So it's going to be interesting to see how they deal with this. They could go for Discharge instead and try and get that AoE damage with the kind of poke and snipe shot, with the kind of range that they've got with Inteleon and Espeon tin. So, and Gatlu's going to be very important here. I wonder if Gek's going to go with the mean look this time around to really put shackles on Rezu and not let him be the menace that we know he can be.
Yeah, I do love the reply there from Komai picking up that Zeraora, obviously in the face of a Leafeon. It's nice to have a really nice bit of burst damage on your team as well. Plasma Gale, obviously a real disgusting Unite move comes through from Zeraora, doing a hell of a lot of damage on the target. And like you said, Wild Charge or Discharge picked up would be just disgusting into this comp as well. Very brawly from Gen 5 there with the Serena. Blaziken is going to be very in your face. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Mamoswine and Umbreon really sort of lock those down.
Yeah, absolutely. Utah wants to secure. Sixes is going to try and secure as well. Serena with triple axle want to see what they are able to do. They decided to go with the X attack as well. So KO is really going to make sure that they are focused on getting as much damage, most likely on the big Mamo Gatlu.
Yeah, here we go then. We are into the second match. Komai Esports taking the first one. Can Gen 5 bring this back? We have got the little chickie goes straight into the jungle there for a quick rip. Zeraora on the opposing side. Going to work pretty quickly here, Lobo.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Lyria inside the central area. We've got these two. Yeah, it's interesting. I thought that was almost good. Oh my god. Serena almost getting caught out straight away with the double, and it does go down to Gatlu. Kyan gonna go down early, and that's not what they wanted. But Gatlu getting those stacks early as well, getting that Mamoswine online as quickly as possible. Slowbridge gonna try and secure a little bit of farm this way here. Umbreon is in a bad way, but Leafeon heading on into the bottom path as Umbreon gets its evolution.
Yeah, somehow managing to pick up that farm there did Umbreon, and this bot side Zeraora already down very early here. Megu's in big trouble. That's a huge pickup. Are they going to make an assault onto this bot tier here, Lobo? Massive early scores going in from Komos, carrying on how they left off from the last game, picking up all that farm. 5 seconds to go till the first set of midbirds hit the map.
It doesn't even matter about the mid-birds. Tins, his Gatlu is in, nice and quick, on to Blaziken. Beautiful Ice Fang. Tackles right on in, redisperses once again into the water gun. Oh my goodness. Komai Esports are on a roll. Gatlu was stopped scoring, and then he took a few steps forward and just decided to score in the faces. Oh my god, that is a player who's playing with some confidence, Tins.
That must be a collector's item to see a Sobble score 27 points this early in the game, Lobo. But yeah, Gatlu, take nothing away. Fantastic Ice Fangs to just buy all that space for that to happen. This match is flying past. Komai Esports taking a lovely lead. The Ice Fangs again, we're seeing it. The first set of mid Altarias are on the map, and this Ice Fang is just going to work with the boosted from Sixies again. Disgusting so far, that combo.
Oh my god, and Coma Esports is just going to take the entire mid farm for them, but there's the Razor Leaf into the... We are seeing the discharge. Oh, down goes Leafy on it. That's exactly why Leo probably wanted to play it. That moveset. Store Power's going to come on in, play. Oh, and Slowbro, usually a tanky Pokemon, is just being taken out. Going to see Nurse Joy. Stacks are going on in, and now Coma Esports are going to make their home inside the enemy central area, but Gatlu is just way too comfortable. Blissey, not online yet. We need to get that chance to evolve, Tins.
Absolutely, yeah. Komai could have got a delicious overcap in this bot tier with no defense from Gen 5 there. Got pushed right back, but very smart plays from Komai to just back off their Lobo and not give any sort of farm over to the side of Gen 5 that would be given over by taking that pad so early in this match.
Yeah, you really want to starve them of experience, but that tier 1 has gone, which is exactly what they want. It is a Regirock. We saw, oh my gosh, we've got the Slowbro going on in. Umbreon just wants to play foully with it, as we've got Catlu has arrived inside. He's got his Mamoswine, probably one of the quickest Mamoswine evolutions I've ever seen. Leroy is going to take the Regirock on the top side, and oh, Catlu's gone in. There's the safeguard coming in from the Blissey. The big Mammoth Mash is going to come on out as well. I believe, I don't know if that was Psychic Solaire coming out as well, but this Regirock is still about to just be taken off the mouse. Let's say it still had energy to burn, but it goes away as Leroy are going to get a big 34 cap.
It's disgusting. They're not done yet, though, but they're pushing again. The scores are raining in on this second tier on the bot side. We've seen huge top lane pressure with that Regieleki being taken, but look at this on the bot side. Gen 5 just cannot get a break here. It's constant pressure as the Spy Vision is out just trying to get something going here.
The Spy Vision into the Midnight Prance, and Inteleon is the most far forward Pokemon on the side of Combat Esports. Serena's going to try and do something, but it's going to get caught. There's the Queen Ascendant. It's going to come on Inteleon. Beautiful eject to try and get out there, but Inteleon finally goes down. Gek is just sitting there. Leafeon jumps over. Could Gek go down here? The Fire Fists are burning. It's going to foul play his way out. Does dodge the overheat. Gally's here to help. Emerald two-step. Does absolutely nothing. It took 4 members to take down Gek and the Umbreon, but there is the Plasma Gale that you were talking about. The Unite moves out. Blissey's going to use its Bliss Assistance. Leo Rio is still alive, but Gatlu is going to make sure that Gen 5 do not get away from this one. Leo Rio versus a Slowbro. A beautiful snipe shot managing to take it down, and Komai Esports are moving.
I'm sure Leorio is absolutely disgusted with that snipe shot. That was going to be a lovely little triple coming through from them there, but we don't take a double each, I'm sure. Fantastic gameplay there from Komai Esports. I thought Gen 5 were back in the game there, Lobo, with a huge push on the bot tier with 4 players, but like we said at the start, that Plasma Gale was so effective at defending a pad like that.
And Gatlu is just surrounded by 4 members of their team. It's got to be, and then there he ends up going down, but that's just going to be Komai Esports taking a free Regieleki off the map. Serena is there. It is going to get taken down by Gek on the Umbreon, and Espeon is just going to secure that Rayquaza. Komai Esports playing with some real flair today, Tim.
Yeah, this is insane. There are 349 points to 19 at the moment. Gen 5 are going to get this Registeel though for free, and that will allow them to get a huge dunk into this bot tier. But Gatlu is there on that Mamoswine again, Lobo, and ready to stop them.
As the Spy Vision's going to come on out, and everyone's just going to jump on back. That's great timing by Gen 5, but it does not matter. People are just going to be dropping left, right, and center. Umbreon going after the Leafeon, gets taken down. Blaziken is there as well. But look at Gatlu. If you look at the mini-map, he is going on an angle, going to try and cut them off. Beautiful weight into there. The Ice Fang gets blocked by the safeguard, avoids the overheat. Ice versus Fire. Who wins? This big mammoth boy with a beautiful redirect, and the Tusks finish it off with a nice boosted, really intelligent play. And Komai Esports are on a roll.
I love the Ice Fangs from Gatlu nearly every time, straight into a stored power from Zante. That is a disgusting combo. As soon as the player hits the floor, the stored power comes through, and that's almost a KO nearly every time. And that's partly down to Komai Esports' success here, just using the moves in such great conjunction. They're so in tune with each other, Lobo, and that is showing through the scoreline here. 430 points ahead with still 3 minutes to go.
I think it's one of those instances where Komai Esports are in the way where they just don't even need the raid at this point. Emerald Two Step's going to come out very late, but they will get that back, getting a quick takedown on Leo. It's going to get sent back to the Pokemon Center, but it's not an actual bad idea to reset those KO timers. Go see Nurse Joy, get those timer reducers, but Gatlu is just there for vision. I've never seen a Mamoswine be so sneaky, but Gatlu is pulling it off, and now we've got 5 seconds until Regieleki spawns. Gatlu almost getting caught out here. There's the Umbra, and it's going to put the wish on. Serena's going to go into a big Ice Fang. You gotta learn. You gotta learn. Do not get in the way of that Ice Fang. Safeguard's going to come on in. Blaziken is going to, they're going to try and take it down with 25 seconds left to go. Gatlu's going to pop the Mamoswine Mammoth Mash. The Ice Beyond Psychic Soleil is going to come out as well. Midnight Prance. These Unite moves are going off so early. Bliss Assist is going to go up as well. And that is a big takedown by Leo on the Blaziken. With 9 seconds to go, I think Komai Esports might just decide to rip this one.
That was so huge from Leorio. The drag on the from the discharge just took that player so far away. This is an interesting rip coming through because all of Gen 5 are coming back. They are feeling confident though that they can lock this in. There's the Plasma Gale. It is the Serena that locks it in. No way. That is Gen 5 that have taken it.
Absolutely, that's Gen 5 and taken. Serena has lost their shield, though Espeon is still there. It's not a limited prayer. Can it get taken down? No, Gatling gets taken down with the Razor Leaf first and foremost. But do Gen 5 have enough points to make up the difference? It's 449. They need 400 points. There goes the first double guy. I don't think they have enough points, Tins. I do not think they have enough points, but they do have shields still. 50 points is going to come in from the Leafeon. They need to break the shields. It's not... Oh, and they've just taken a 30-point lead with 1 minute to go, and Leafeon is the only one with shields left.
This is unbelievable, Lobo. Was it the correct decision to go for that rip when you're 400 and something points ahead? I was interested because all Gen 5 had to do was get a lucky secure, which happened so many times in Unite. And look what's happened now. They are 26 points behind after having such an excellent game. Can they sneak these points in here, Lobo?
Yeah, but look at what Slowbro is doing. Slowbro is going to go get a nice score in, which means Komai Esports have got to win this fight on their pad. But Leafeon has made its way. They need to make a play. They need to make a play right now. And there goes Leo. Rio has decided to go and he's pulled the trigger. He's gone in. Gatlu is in as well. The Espeon is in there. Overheat's going to come on in. Ice Fang is going to come out beautifully. Queenly Ascendant's going to try and take down the Inteleon. The Inteleon does manage to go down discharge. He's going to do whatever it can. Leafeon has already scored its point inside the background. 2 members down for the side of Komai Esports. 1 member down for the side of Gen 5. It's only Umbreon left. And that is going to be game 2. To rip or not? That is the question. And this time, I believe the rip was a not tint.
Yeah, unbelievable, mate. We called it as it was happening. It was like, is this the correct decision? Because Gen 5 are on their way back, and it just takes that lucky secure to come through. And that can go either way. We know that from playing so many games of Unite over the years, that the most frustrating thing is when you've had such a fantastic game, then the secure gets taken from you at the end. But take nothing away from Gen 5. They came back into it and took that game at the end.
Yeah, watch some of these beautiful highlights with the Ice Fang in to the boosted from the Inteleon. Nice engage there with the Zera Aura Unite into the discharge, into the Bliss Assistant. And Leo Rio is just hunting down. I saw Spy Vision coming on out here as well. And just again, look at all the jumps straight away after they managed to secure that bottom Reggie steal. But this again, one into the Ice Fang, into the stored power, and into the boosted. Oh, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And then the Unite moves. The Unite moves here just before the Rayquaza. Insane.
Mate, so much was burnt on that, wasn't it? And it was still like 20 seconds to go till Ray. The rip came through and somehow Serena locked that in. And then it just all ensued. We didn't think there was going to be enough points to dunk to get back in the lead, but they did it and then just kept taking points, going around the map, just sneaking around. And then that just put so much pressure on Komai to like push that tier. And yeah, right at the end there, unbelievable. I cannot believe what I just saw, but this is Unite, Lobo, and I'm so excited for our first game 3 for us tonight.
I said it. Yeah, game 3 is going to be so exciting, mate. We love seeing game 3s from every which way, shape, and form. I said at the start, sometimes you don't need a raid if you're 500 points ahead, but I mean, Gen 5 proves that, you know, even if you're 500 points ahead, Ray is still the best. Rayquaza is still the best objective on the map. I'm so interested to see if Coma Esports decide to go with that same comp, because that was kind of ridiculous. The amount of Ice Fangs into another moveset, whether it was from the Espeon, whether it was from the Inteleon, or whether it was from Leorio on the Zeraora, it didn't matter. It led to a knockout. And so I think the unsung hero of that game had to have been Safeguard Blissey, because without that Safeguard Blissey, there was so many more instances for Gatlu to really just pick anyone he wanted with an Ice Fan, because that was such a brawler heavy comp.
Yeah, absolutely. Take nothing away from them. They just stomped it all
No,
game.
you can't
They
see.
were insane, mate. Honestly, Como was so far ahead. Interesting choice for the Rip, like we said, but you know, they've given Gen 5 a chance back into it here, and a chance of that prize money that is on offer today. It is going to be a game 3 situation. I'm so excited to see these two teams run this back, because Como was so dominant there, but yeah, Gen 5 came back into it at the end, and it's going to be great to see this run
Whilst we
again.
get these teams set up, I want to have a look at Tinkerton, actually, just a little bit. I've just got Unite DB up here a little bit. It's got the double hammer moveset, Tins, with Gigaton Hammer and Ice Hammer as well. So really just laying the smack down on anyone in Thea Sky Ruins. It's got Thief, and it's also got Smackdown as well. Now we saw Smackdown has an incredible range, especially if you get those stacks. You can almost hit Rayquaza from that little gateway, that little alleyway Elbush as well. So it's such an interesting Pokemon to see, especially considering it does get its full evolution at level 7. And I love the name of the move, the Unite move, Kiss Bliss Kaboom. If you wanted anything better, but we're in for game 3 situation here. It's all the cards on the table. Slowbro Psyduck getting banned up straight away.
Yeah, try saying "Kiss Bliss Kaboom" when you're in a heated fight with all sorts popping off, mate. You have a great time with that one. But yeah,
Mate, I try saying "Bright Future Meteor Storm" 3 times fast. And then you see what you have to. It's impossible. But it looks like Gen 5 finally going to pick up a 4th ban, and it's going to be Umbreon.
Yeah, that must be the secret, you know. That was a secret to that victory, that ban that didn't go through last time. We knew, you called it. But are we going to see a Blastoise first pick? No, we are going to see Mimikyu, always a contender for a ban, Lobo, because your favourite Mon, I'm sure you're happy to be casting that one.
I absolutely love to see a Mimikyu in here. It's got the full heal, it's got the attack weights, it's got the Razor Claw. We are possibly playing a Shadow Claw build. I hope we're playing a Shadow Claw build. We've got Resu picking up another one of my favorite Pokemon inside. Oh, god damn it. Got baited again. I thought the Aegislash was coming out, Tins.
Oh, no way. Aegislash would have been awesome. Like, it'd be an interesting pick. And good for practice, but yeah, what a start to a draft is Hooper and Trevenant, though, Lobo.
Yeah, it's gonna be that trick moveset, because the Hooper Highway is under repair. It's got a few bugs in the system, a few breakdowns along the highway, but it's so it's gonna be trick. We are seeing Zante pick up the Miraidon and Gatlu on the Blissey. What a scary combination that Coma Esports have got going, but Kaya is going to stick with that guard jump, and Rez is going to pick up the Mew.
Very similar drafts. We've seen coming through there. Some comfortable Mons. Rassi was cooking on that Mew before. Going to try and lean on the secures there into the game, into this last match here of the set. What are the side of going to do in reply here? Sixy's locking in a Buzzwole, going for a lot of brawl here, Lobo. What is Get going to go for?
But 6 is blocking in that Buzzwole is actually quite interesting. Gek's actually going to pick up the Mamoswine, take over from where Gatlu picked off. Ice Fang into whatever Leorio is going to decide to play, or into that charge move is going to be one annoying and frustrating thing for Gen 5 to deal with. 6 I like the Buzzwole pick here, because there's no real attacker that he wants to go, but he really wants to displace Megu and Kaya on the Garchomp, and Trevenant really pull it back towards their team with the Slam and the Smackdown, and Yutao on the ever trusty, angry Urshifu Dark Bear, hopefully going for that secure.
Both teams going very brawl heavy here, right? You've got Mimikyu, Buzzwole on one side, then you've got Garchomp and Urshifu on the other. It's so brawly, two like range attackers. It's always a similar draft with these two. You've got the defender on each side, a support on each side. It's so like well-rounded between the two. Could you pick a winner here, Lobo, after we've just seen this 1-1 pop off?
It's quite hard. Again, this is from what I've been told, this is our first Game 3 situation of the night of stream today. It's gonna be interesting to see. Coma Esports were really schmoovin' and grooving in that previous game, but then I guess when you have too much fun, you let the goal side slip away, and they ended up ripping way too early. But this time round, it looks like all the gloves are off. It's no longer time for fun. It's business as usual for both teams. So it's going to be interesting to see how Gen 5 played this one against a very strong Coma Esports comp.
Yeah, neither of these teams messing about. You see the gold badges littered all across that bot side here. Hooper, Mew, and Urshifu, Lobo. Oh, this is going to be insane. There's not too many badges to speak of on the top side, but we know exactly what these players are capable of. But here we go, Lobo.
Sometimes a badge is not indication of how well someone knows how to play a Pokemon. Even one of the most skilled players in the world can definitely play a Pokemon incredibly well. We see Mimikyu's going to head on into that central area. Urshifu's going to head on into that central area. No invades this time around. Hooper deciding to stay in its lane. But as I say that, I am wrong, as Gatlu and Gek are going to head straight on in and make sure that this Urshifu does get a free, and Hooper's there to help it out.
Yeah, we always love to see that gold badge Cinderace in our solo queue games hitting the top lane, don't we, mate? But what a huge start is this jungle here. We've got 4 players in there, all dropping really, really low. What's going on? 4 points each.
Gatlu managed to secure the blue buff. No way. How beautiful. Gek managing to secure that buff as well. Gatlu is going to just pop his X speed and try and get on out here, make sure that he doesn't give any experience back, because they may want to make sure Utah doesn't get evolution. But Gek managing to be taken down as Gatlu gets this beautiful evolution to Blissey, stealing one of those top level Bumblebees. And now I think Gen 5 out for revenge, because they said, we've had enough of Gatlu. Just get away from our farm. Oh, the X-Speed Berry! No way! Gatlu breaking ankles!
Absolutely insane. Urshifu goes down in the top side there. This is huge pickup for Gen 5. Is Get going to go down as well? Surviving on 1 HP. Oh, that's a huge tackle to get back to the base. Can they get some points in? 14 raining in. We're a minute 30 in, Lobo. Not too much scores or anything to speak of, but the KOs are rolling.
Yeah, absolutely. Safeguard into the Ice Shard. Gabite is in trouble here. Trevor is online. He's going to go for that Curve moveset. Nice secure by Mew to just take that with Electro Ball. They're going to head on in to the middle area, Tins, for these middle Altarias.
Yeah, 5 seconds to go here. We have the big secure with Utah on that red bear again. So good at securing these big areas of farm. Not quite locking that in there. That's a huge KO. Just sort of trying to lock that in inside the charge beam. Gets taken down real fast there. There's a push onto the top pad here.
I think it's really important. Oh, nice big Ice Shard. Unfortunately, unable. Buzzword does go down on the pad. Gatlu is out in no man's land. Does have to pop the safeguard. He's going to try and run away. Gatlu's doing such a good job of distracting as Gabite's going to try and engage on to Gek on the little swine up, yet still not fully evolved. Sometimes a central area invade is not the best thing, because it does get you behind. Blissey is here. Buzzwell is here. It's going to try and slam on in, but it gets stunned. The scoop's going to come in from Gabite. There's a big Ice Shard into the double combo again, once again. And Piosway is online, but scoops all the way back, misses the Ice Fang into the eject Ice Fang, and that's a takedown. Oh, beautiful play there by Gek to eject Ice Fang into the Gabite.
There's nothing more satisfying in Unite than hitting that Dragon Claw, Dragon Rush combo low where you pick players up, especially if you can get more than one player. But yeah, fantastic game so far. The first set of objectives are up. That's a huge lock-in from Mew. The Wicked Blow was out as well. They've just got such great secure on the side of Gen 5 here, Lobo.
Yeah, Gen 5 have definitely got some really good secure, but it looks like Coma Esports have such a brawly team fight composition team, which is also a really, really good play, because, they can't secure if they're visiting Nurse Joy, right? throat chop to get right past Gek on the Ice Fang. Absolutely nothing is going to go there. They're going to turn their attention to this Regieleki, and it looks like Gen 5 are just going to go for it. They've got Utah with the Wicked Blow. They're going to come on in. The trick is there, and Utah's just going to secure that completely unabated. It's big Ice Fang redirect in to the Trevor. It gets smacked down once again. Not able to get the Barry Hornley, just going to heal it right on up. Mimikyu is there as well. Shadow sneaking anything that can move. Garchomp is online. There's the Livid Outrage, but it does not manage to do much as the throw chops into the Shadow Sneak, into the Slam, into the KO. Let's go see Nurse Joy, and Hooper can't do much about this. Come on, Esports were split for a big minute, but they decided to stop and do the math.
Let's go, my esports into a 3-point lead. There's a massive 30 overcap going through. A huge period of play in the game from them. This match is flying past Lobo. We're nearly at the halfway point already. Teams just dropping back, picking up their farm, but so interested is Gatlu in the opposing jungle every match.
He just wants to slap anything that can get slapped. But look at it here. He is surrounded by 3 members, but still not willing to go down. Gets taken down there, unable to secure the farm. But here we're big Ice Fang into the redirect on Trevor, and Charge, who's going to come on it into the Thunder. Shadow Sneak's going to try and get a target, but unable to that time around. Gen 5 just have to regroup as Garchomp is just going to continue getting its stacks inside the top lane. Tins halfway mark. Fairly even game for this game 3 situation.
Yeah, I really like what Garchomp's doing here for Gen 5. They know they're behind in points, just deciding to mop up all that farm at the top here, knowing every player from Komai is down, can get some more scores in. There's the rings on bound, popped Lobo. That is going to bring the Garchomp in. That was absolutely huge from them.
Garchomp's going to come on in. The Unite moves are going to apply. Bright Future Meteor Storm's going to come on in. Airborne Fist is going to go in. But again, it's a beautiful secure by Utah to get it with the, I believe it was the Wicked Blow, as we are having a few issues there. Oh, the game decided to stop. Few stabilize in our system. The fight's going to go on. Slam by a Buzzsaw. He's going to go in, managing to get his hands on the Mew. Make sure it doesn't do too much damage. But Komai Esports is here. Big slam into the Shadow Sneak. Mew is there. Has to pop a surf, but Gallo able to get the score on in. And that is going to be the momentum shift for Komai Esports.
Look how many players at Gen 5 are dropping so low there. Absolutely insane. 226 to 132 Lobo. Loads of farm on the map. There is a Regieleki up as well. Whichever team gets that will have to do it quick if they want another one on the map before Rayquaza. I'm not sure that's even possible by this point, but it's a really even game again, right?
This could be interesting because they know the timings of the Regieleki. They could just decide to take it off the map, or Gen 5 could just come and decide to take it like they're about to do now because they have got that Garchomp. So we could see a final Regieleki, but we got Lirio on the Shadow Sneak. Mimikyu is being very, very lurky, but again, deciding to just back it on up, secure their farm, and play the patient game. So really, I think smart play by Komai Esports.
Absolutely, that Regieleki is heading towards that tier 2. Are they going to opt to defend this here? It looks like 60 always throws that straight in. It does take a long time to take a Regieleki down. As a Buzzsaw is going to take a long rip there. As the rest of the team is heading down here for a big engage, mate.
Yeah, Lightscreen's going to come on in, and again, Mimikyu kind of caught out in no man's land. There's the safe, I believe it's the safeguard onto the Mimikyu. Mimikyu gets taken down. Charge Beam and Thunders are going on in. Gatlu's deciding to engage, misses the Ice Fang. Safeguard does wonderfully to stop the scoop from happening. Charge Beam. Oh, nice Hooper, whatever that was. I think it was Phantom Force. I believe it was Phantom Force to get the Garchomp out of the Charge Beam territory, and it just looks like both teams are going to come away from that. No real momentum gained by either team.
That would have been a really nice time to get a few Unite moves off there. I think that engage started. They might have been able to get it back, but the Ripper started onto this Registeel on the bot side here. Zante's going for it. The Mimikyu is in there. Nobody from Gen 5 really interested. Just decided to pick up that farm. Every Unite move is back online apart from the Mimikyu. Should be able to get that back, Lobo, in 20 seconds before the Ray.
Yeah, 20 seconds left to go. Registeel. How many times have we seen Registeel on the bottom? But both teams are circling. It looks like Komai is just going to farm. But Gen 5 are going to position very aggressively, Tins.
Yeah, ready to go. 5 seconds before the dragon hits the map. Very close here. Barely 100 points in it, Lobo. Both teams have got a really nice positioning here. One below, one above. Who's going to really take the aggression here? They will know by now. Komai Esports have a lovely lead. Here goes a back cap. Are they going to get the 100 in? It looks like the rip is going to ensue, though, mate, from
Yeah, Koma Esports are going to take this rip. Heaven is going to go in. Solarbeam's going to come on in. Well, Safeguard's going to do whatever it can. The rings unbound are up. Play With Me is going to go on to the Garchomp and get stunned out by the Hooper. Garchomp is inside. Bright Future Meteor Storm going to come on in. Where is the secure going to come from? It's going to be Gek with the Mamoswine securing beautifully in midst all of that chaos that just happened there. And there is the quick surrender. Gen 5 gonna go down to Koma Esports with a beautiful secure on Mamoswine by Gek. What a raid fight. That popped off out of nowhere, Tins.
Yeah, absolutely. Insane secure at the end. Coma overall, I think they deserved it. They played it absolutely insane all night. Interesting decision in the last match, but they didn't let that bother them. Came in here and just gave it their all. Took that comfortable victory as we go over the highlights here, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at these raid fights just popping off out of nowhere. Reggie still getting taken within a blink of an eye. There's the Wicked Blow to secure through all the chaos so far away. We underestimate the range on Wicked Blow, but it is so good. Again, yeah, you're right. The decision to rip. Again, here we go. Here's the decision to rip. We got the back cap from the Urshifu. The Solar Beams come on, Play With Me. Garchomp gets stunned out of nowhere. And Mammoth Catlu's still, Gek is in there. The Ice Fang and into the Mammoth Mash, managing to secure with its Unite move, stunning everyone, throwing everyone up, and doing exactly what it needs to do to get that secure. So really well done to Koma Esports. They are going to be the winners. But guys, we are going to take a break because not only do you guys need a break from the action, our voices need a little bit of a break because these players are putting on an incredible show. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, gamers. The casters behind the decks just seem to keep changing their forms. Tins has evolved into Tano with the power of friendship. Welcome back, buddy. We have got a game one on a best of one on our hands inside the losers final. It's Gen 5 versus BH3 Esports. I think the guys have already started the game. So production, whenever you want to send us into the game, send us into the game. But Tano, whilst we wait, Goma Esports really playing on form.
I mean, boy, I know it's made up of, people from Apagnan, people from Tali Bobo previously, people from Nouns, but boy, that could be a team upon itself for UCS. But here we go, buddy. We're heading into this losers finals right now. This is a best of one chat. The bans pretty much the same as what we've seen all day.
Yeah, it's just not fair sometimes, these bans. But, it is what it is. Zero's going to pick up the little trickster demon himself. Fizzy's going to go on to the Umbreon. Greg is going to go on to Mew as well. Gen 5 are your purple side, as well as BH3 Esports are going to be your orange side for this one. Megu picking up that Slowbro, Tano.
Oh yeah, we've seen Megu playing that Slowbro quite a bit today already, so sticking with what they know best. I like that. Gen 5 know they have to get this win if they want to come back into that grand final, Lobo, so it's all or nothing, really. That's why they've locked in that Garchomp. It's going to be interesting to see what BH3 do to answer this. I noticed that they took the Mew away.
Yeah, we really don't want Rezu to have that Mew. They're so capable on it. Volto hovering over a Talonflame. Millfield's going to pick up that Espeon. I do like the Espeon. Both movesets quite good. I'm still a little bit more biased towards the Psyshock moveset. Great secure and a stun as well. But J-Pa is going to pick up the Cramorant, and it looks like the raid boss is about to make its presence known.
Wow, I love Venusaur. The beams are still one of the best in the game, but Raid Boss Venusaur is so much fun, mate. I love seeing that come into this game. And of course, Yutao picking up. What else would they go for? It's open, Absol's there. Let's see that EXmon that isn't an EXmon run havoc amongst these squishies over on BH3. You've got Cramorant, you've got Espeon, you've got Mew. One swipe from that Absol, they get destroyed. But they do have good CC there, Lobo.
Mate, I am accused of being biased towards Mimikyu. I feel like Tano has to beat these allegations at some point when it comes to Absol. But, Yutao is an EX Pokemon in their own right. Volta picking up the Blaziken is interesting, merely guaranteeing that double secure once again. Not too much secure on the side of G5. But it looks like that Venusaur is running that beam moveset, especially with that eject. So we might not see Raid Boss Venusaur. We could just see big damage Venusaur come out this time around, Tano.
Yeah, I mean, hey, they're going to have a Garchomp in their face. They're going to have a Absol in their behind. So, what more do you want? Get those beams coming in from Rezu. And you're going to be able to lock in a lot of that farm over on the side of BH3 because I know they have CC, buddy, but they are squishy Monza. You do have that Umbreon for the front line, and of course, Blaziken is still quite good at self-sustain. But when you've got that damage coming your way, I don't know, it's going to be tough. It's really going to be about how well BH3 can kite Yutao, because that is going to be the one that wipes you out in one hit. Garchomp is just in your face 24/7. Blaziken needs to really try and handle that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see if we have another invade with the Hooper again. Again, the Hooper Highway is on lockdown. The repairs are being made, breakdowns all over the way. It's just causing traffic mayhem. So Hooper Highway unable, but we are seeing a Cramorant central area. I actually really like this. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of moveset Cramorant decides to go with, whether it's going to be Dive Air Slash or it's going to be Hurricane and Surf. Nice engage down inside the bottom. Razor Leaf versus Swift, but Slowbro is just going to be in the face. Going to try and secure the side of the farm for BH3, and they managed to do so in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, it seems like both junglers are going to be given the space to just grab all their farm here, and that might be a bit more dangerous for BH3 Esports, because a level 5 Absol is definitely a bit more of a threat than a level 5 Cramorant at this stage, but we will find out. There we go, they come on in with the one swipe, they nearly take out the Hooper, but they do fell the poor little chicken. They still want to go in. That's a double KO, Lobo, but the Electro Ball comes in and takes out Yutao.
Ah, that is the scary bit of the Mew with the Electro Ball because it is such a good execute moveset. But like you said, Absol predicting disastrous times ahead as the Altari has come up after the skirmish. How often do we see that, Tano?
Not often at all. They do lock down the Mew there. A nice basic coming in from that Hooper to do so. But we do have Espeon on the field. Umbreon has just become an Umbreon. So they definitely have more pressure down in this basement lane to BH3 Esports. But they need to continue to put it on to that Ivysaur, which is tough when you have that Slowbro ready to roll with that damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are seeing that side shot build. Nice scoop to take away the farm from the side of Kaya there. And Hooper playing that trick moveset. Coaching is actually a very underrated move, I think so, as we head on in to the middle Altarias. But maybe they don't even want to secure it because Yutao is heading there all by his lonesome.
Just the Mew to contest it against Yutao and this Hooper. That's going to be interesting. Here comes the Cramorant, but the Psycho Cut goes onto it. Nice beam locking, though, from Grave. They're going to take that one away, but the big one does go to Yutao on that Absol. Level 7 right now. The Cramorant is also there, Lobo, level 7, so they're managing to catch up or at least keeps pace with this jungler.
Absolutely, getting KOs as well as Cramorant did, getting EXP share, but Garchomp is just in Kabuskin once. Oh, beautiful scoop there from Garchomp as it gets stunned. Can Yutao finish off?
Ooh, they wanted to, buddy, but they decided against it. They saw them going back to the pad. That was going to be an interesting one, but here we go. We're about to have these 720s. They try and rush them away, but the Hurricane comes in from the Cramorant, and it doesn't allow Gabite to Dragon Rush them to their side. They fell that Gabite instead. Wow, fantastic play from Cramorant there.
Blazerkin is online. The only thing I thought there was where was Yutao. He managed to get to the bottom lane so very quickly this time round as we've got Rezu is here. He's going to poison up this Registeel, but Umbreon is the only one here for the side of BH3 Esports. They're focusing on that top path, Tano.
Yeah, they knew, Megu knew that they were there. You've got the beam to lock in the secure. There's not a lot that Umbreon can do, unfortunately, but this is going to be a good lock-in as well for BH3 Esports. They can put the pressure onto this pad. Of course, they're not going to be able to break it in time. You're going to wait for that to go in and get those insta-dunks. See if you can get yourself a nice overcap whilst that happens. With the 30 points on Greg, that's probably not what they want to go for. 35 on the Cramorant, though. That's going to be a slight overcap. Probably would have wanted more.
Yeah, you hate to see it when you have 30 and 35 and the Regieleki walks in with some unfortunate timing. But Yutao is just going to secure all of that farm, walk his way around the map. Looks like Gen 5 are just going to do a little bit of Pac-Manning, nom-nom-nomming all of those yellow dots on the farm. We haven't seen our first big engage yet, as there's still just members in the bottom side. But Umbreon's so good at playing from the front line, Tano, really going to put pressure on those frontline attackers, and Yutao definitely doesn't want to get caught.
Interestingly, Utao's level 10 and they don't have their Unite move, which means they must have used it. But obviously, we didn't see where that happened. So coming into this next fight, they may not have it. They need to catch up on it. But the 2KO is going to farm that back for them. Level 11 now. Cramorant, though, they are keeping up the pressure. They did throw out the Gatling Gulp missile, but it wasn't enough. They do get felled. Yutao not able to get that 40 points in there. Umbreon with a huge defense. But with the Mons that are currently in its face, it may be a bit too much. You need to watch out for that Absol coming on in. Greg, they do have to dive away. Luckily, they have that coaching that enables them to do just that.
Yeah, absolutely. Blaziken's going to go hunting for the little Trickster God, but it's not going to find anything as Hooper is just so good at getting between. Who needs Hooper Highway when you can just walk wherever you want to go, right, Tano? We got 17 seconds until the bottom Reggie decides to spawn. Still no really big engages. Level 12 Yutao at the 5-minute mark. That is a scary thought, but that yellow dot is above its head. We might be able to see that Unite move gets caught out. Greg, Umbreon almost getting caught out there. As it's another Registeel, Tano.
Yeah, and it seems like Gen 5 have a plan. Send down Slowbro, send down the Venusaur, let them get that Registeel. Hooper will just try and do some zoning while the rest of the team go up to this top path. There's the Midnight Slash. Goodbye, Mew, with Garchomp cleaning that one up. Psyshock from the Espeon does fell the Garchomp, but they do fall, and that is Yutao showing why they are so good on this Mon Lobo. They break the ankles, they fell the Cramorant.
The movement is so good. The Cramorant missed the Hurricane. Yutao backed up, then went right back in, sidestep to hit it. So he knew the moves were going to hit there. Surf is going to come on in, but Rings Unbound are going to come in, bringing all of Gen 5 to the top path.
Yeah, that means they've got the Venusaur here. They do have the power of that beam. They also have Verdant Anger for this team fight that's going to ensue. Are they going to let loose the slow beam onto the Blaziken? Is a fantastic pick. There's the Gatling Gulp missile. They do need to put that damage onto that Cramorant because it can get KOs. The Moonlight Prance has done enough in the backline, but it's Venusaur with yet again that Verdant Anger and the beam to lock in the Lecky. BH3 Esports had the zone in Lobo, but they didn't zone out that Venusaur.
Oh, you can't zone out a Verdant Anger. It is incredible. But Garchomp going down so early was a surprise to me inside that Ray fight. Got Psyshock, got Surf, got Hurricane, got absolutely everything poured onto it as Blaziken might not make it out of this one.
They're trying left, right, dodging everything coming their way, but then you have a Garchomp in your face and they take that one down. Umbreon continuing to put up a great defense on this T1 pad. And to be honest, with how this game has been going so far, we're about to hit 3 minutes here, Lobo. They're not actually that far ahead on the side of Gen 5. I know it's 175 points to 92, but that's nothing in the final stretch. The issue is they have the levels all the way over on the side of Gen 5.
Level 14, level 13, level 13, level 11, level 11, level... Oh my gosh. Level 14 Absol is something you definitely want to be very scared of. Hurricane missing on a beautiful Phantom Force to get Slowbro out of there. It still blows my mind seeing that moveset. I cannot believe I had not seen it until very recently that Hooper's just able to teleport its own players out of that. Dumb caster that I am, not knowing how that works, but incredible to actually see that being played. Level 13 Cramorant is also nothing to scoff at. 15 seconds until the raid. These guys might just decide to brawl it out right here and now. Slowbro is just trying to scout. But BH3 Esports are all inside that top path. Garchomp waiting to jump on over and surprise anyone who comes through. But who is going to blink first? Time to Cramorant and Blaziken in such aggressive positions. And here we go.
Yeah, Rezu unfortunately going to be caught out there. Blaziken got themselves in the right position to poach that poke damage, but we have seen that Hundo don't go in from Utah, giving themselves even more of a lead. What's going to happen here? Because they have the rip on the side of Gen 5 right now. The Livid Outrage comes out. They're trying to pick up the Espeon with it, but they've managed to dodge it. That is huge. That Unite move is the one that you need to get KOs on. Mystical Mirage comes out of Mew. The beam comes in, so they've not been able to get much out of that yet, but they have kept themselves alive in this fight right now, Lobo. But here we go, Gen 5, they're in the lead. They know that they don't need this objective. They just have to zone the rest of BH3 out while they defend their pads.
Absolutely. We've seen Cramorant still has its Unite move, and Espeon still has Psychic Solaire available. Utah still has his bit, and Slow Beam is still on lock for the side of Gen 5, but I feel like another fight is very, very close to ensuing, and I think Megu has found its target.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to want to slow beam that Blaziken if they can. The difficulty is the poke damage coming in from Gen 5 is too much for BH3 to answer. There's so much coming their way. Oh, we do see a 46 dunk going in by that Cramorant, but that may have been risky. There's the Gatling Gulp missile, but Utah cleans them up. It's a level 15 Absol, baby. There's not a lot you can do against it in your face. Volto looks like they're going to fall there. The Midnight Slash from behind takes them out. There's a Psychic Solaire, but it's not going to be enough. It buys them some space. Triple KO from Utah, and the rest of the team is chasing down that Espeon. That's been felled. There's just the Umbreon left. It looks like it's going to be an ace. Moonlight Prance comes out, but it's not going to do enough with that double KO, Lobo. Gen 5 clean up BH3 Esports. 13 seconds left. They're going to take this losers final.
Unbelievable. I was just about to ask, when do you see a Ray fight go out without Slowbro ever pulling out the slow beam? But it came out at the very last minute to really lock down that Umbreon. It was like, well, it's gonna go on to the it was going to go on to the Blaziken. No, it's going to go on to the Espeon. No, it's going to go on to Cramorant. No, it finally went on to the Umbreon, but incredible fight, incredible match by the side of BH3. They are going to head up into the grand final where Komai Esports is waiting.
Bit of a revenge match going on, buddy. Komai Esports taking the winners final 2-1, but of course, the grand final is a best of 5 with none other than Komai Esports getting the advantage of a game coming into it, being in that grand final from the winners bracket. So that's going to be an interesting battle to take. But what I've got to say, buddy, every single time, I know I'm not going to defeat the allegations, but every single time we see Utah on that Absol, they cook on it. It is such a threat. And you don't want to ban an Absol because there's so many more bans that you really need to handle. But it just seems like every time they've got access to that Mon, you can't stop it.
It's really interesting to me when you see a player like Utah pick up the Absol, whereas opposed to whenever I see someone pick up a Mimikyu, it's very hit or miss, to be honest. Like I've said this before, sometimes I don't think Mimikyu is worth a ban because sometimes when it does get let out, it's not super effective. But then you have a very skilled player play the Mimikyu, and then it's just not worth it. So we're going to find out what's going to happen next. We are here for a best of 5 with Comma Esports having one game in hand. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Me and the Tano Man are going to be here for a while. Wrong way. It's that way. See you guys very soon. Welcome back, gamers. My name is Lobo. That is Spartan Tano. We are your casters for this grand finals game for your La Weeklies. It's going to be an interesting one, Tano. It is a run back. It is going to be Komai Esports taking on a Gen 5 once again in a best of 5 series where Komai Esports has a game in hand. So they only need to win 2 to advance to this. I wonder if it's going to go for the full set, or if we're going to see a nice quick knockout. What do you think?
Well, I think with the confidence that Gen 5 played that finals in, that losers finals, we may end up having a bit of a close one coming into this grand finals. But Komai Esports have been cooking this entire tournament today, buddy, in these finals. Across the road, they've been 2-0 in everyone they came up against, although they did do a 2-1 in round 2. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. I'm excited for it. Bit of a run back with how the winners finals went. Can they take it to a best of 5? Gen 5, they've got the 5 in the name, buddy. Let's find out. Here's the first ban phase for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so excited to see what we got. We got Slowbro Psyduck picked off straight away. Psyduck just not being shown any love at all. It's just such an annoying little Pokemon. Zacian being taken away from the side of Komai Esports. We know Gatlu is the biggest proponent of how good Zacian can be right now. And another XEX Pokemon, Miraidon, is being taken away. These teams are serious, Tano.
That they are. Ooh, what's going to be the first pickup here for Komai Esports? Usually you go for that defender or strong support, but you never know, buddy. With what we've been seeing them play today, it could be anything. Looks like it's going to be Leo Rio locking in that ghost puppet, your favorite. That's a really good pickup for a first pick.
Oh, absolutely. Love to see it when it gets let out of the ban jail. It is usually the first one picked. I'm so excited. Megu's going to stick with the Umbreon. Sazura's going to pick up the little trickster demon himself, not at full power just yet, so we know what moveset to expect. Nirami going to pick up the Blissey. Gatlu is going to go on to the Garchomp. He has been playing all of the Pokemon today. It feels like he's on a mission. How many Pokemon can he play in a single tournament?
Really showcasing his skills, really, right? He's here playing with his friends in this tournament, and he's just showcasing what he can do. So I like it, mate. I think this is fantastic. But they do lock in, of course, the Umbreon and that Hooper over on the side of G5. They're going to go for the Metagross. I've been saying it for ages, buddy. It is one of the most underrated mons in this game.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. Rezu is going to get his secret agent sneak on with the Bubble 07, has reported for duty. Kaya picking up the Metagross. Zante on the Mew. Mew's stocks have been increasing over late. It's just able to put such big damage. We saw Blastoise hovered over a Pokemon whose stocks have lowered in recent times, Tano, but its counterpart, the big, fluffy, I'm going to call it a teddy bear, in Snorlax has its popularity has skyrocketed. From what I remember in the stats that I saw, it was one of the most picked. It was the most picked Pokemon, I believe, in my own region, as well. It's such a good defender. As Yutao gonna lock in that Blaziken.
Yeah, and you mentioned it earlier, buddy. I feel like Blastoise may be claiming bankruptcy because its stonks have gone through the floor. We do see much more defender picks coming out now. You see that Mamoswine, you see that Snorlax. We've even seen more Crustle, realistically, than that Blastoise, which is quite surprising because, you know, Hydro Typhoon is still very good, but it is going to be the power nap taking that Snorlax here. Snorlax versus Umbreon. We do have that Garchomp and Mimikyu versus Blaziken and Metagross. We've got Inteleon versus Mew. We've got Blissey versus Hooper. This is going to be a fantastic game one of this grand final.
This is such a a heavy meta comp right now, minus the XEX Pokemon. But I just want to go back to what we were talking about just before when it comes to defenders. It seems like the defenders that have a high scaling. So Blastoise obviously got its levels reduced to level 7 a long time ago, but we're still not seeing Goodra, we're still not seeing Blastoise, we're still not seeing Lapras right now. We're seeing Umbreon, Snorlax, they get their spikes very early. Level 4, Snorlax doesn't even need to evolve. And then we're also seeing Mamoswine as well because it is such a thick boy. And it has such good redirection. And we're also seeing Trevenant, again, a Pokemon that only gets its spike at level 5. very interesting to see that now Pokemon with lower spikes are actually getting more play, Tano. As we're heading on in to this area, I assume it is going to be the little Ghost Puppet heading on in to the central area. It's going to be Blaziken heading on into the central area, as well as Garchomp and Blissey. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You can't break up that pair. It is a match made in heaven.
So true. Mimikyu is going to be the one that comes out stronger, though. Of course, the power spike for them at 5 is better than the Combusken. Only just, though. But the battle of this top lane is already commencing, buddy. That Gibble doing the damage that it can. They aren't managing to grab the farm away from Gen 5 just yet. They've got that Metagross here, and boy, can that do damage with that boosted attack. There's a Citrus Berry to get them back onto that healthy side of the field, and it seems like Gatlu's decided I'm gonna back away from this now. I think I've overstayed. I'm getting pretty weak here.
Sand Attack's going to come in. Combusken is here. Mimikyu's decided to go to the opposite lane. Blissey is going to go down. Don't know if that's the best decision. Perhaps Gatlu, perhaps Mimikyu thought that they would be fine in that top path, but not so much. So they're going to put pressure on the bottom. But Combusken is here. Trying to get a 20 stack against a Gibble is probably not the best idea, as Electro Ball is going to push the bottom path of Gen 5 all the way back. And it looks like they're going to take top Altarias for themselves, Tano.
Yeah, so experience-wise, it's seeming pretty even, although we do have level 6, and there goes the Metagross. 35 points on the board, though, for Komai Esports right now. No stacks at all for Gen 5, and it seems like Komai want to continue with this pressure in this top lane right now, Lobo. They're feeling pretty strong, but it depends if they're going to be overstaying. There's the Gyro Ball. They could fell them down here. Gatlu's getting very weak. Can they clean it up? Very weak on the Metagross as well. They've taken 2. Can they go for the third? There's the boosted Hooper. Blocks it. The Citrus Berries are going to be free for them to clean up as well.
Oh my god, Gyro Ball is just so strong, especially in this all-rounder meta. Metagross is... it's not a Pokemon that we saw straight away, but again, sorry, we'll get to this point. Middle Altarias are up, Blaziken's here, trying to soak it all up.
Yeah, I mean, they've grabbed all of it already. Komai Esports really managing to get that off the back of Yutao being there and putting the pressure on. And look at this again, they're here, but it's the Metagross. They've got the Zen Headbutt. They've taken down the Mimikyu. They felled the Gabai. And Gen 5, whoo, boy, they're definitely answering here. They're playing angry, buddy.
Letting that Metagross get online was not a good decision. It's just got stacks. It's got access to that Zen Headbutt. Gyro Ball is just going to cause problems. Shadow Sneak is going to go on, but it's not going to do much in the face of a Metagross with a Trick Hooper, buddy.
Yeah, you see, that's the issue. They've got the Trick Hooper with them as well. It's just too tough. They are 1v3 in pretty much anyone that comes their way, but it is going to be that Mimikyu that has to be the answer for Komai Esports against it, and it's going to be interesting to see where that balance goes. Of course, this Regice is spawning down here, and it does seem like Gen 5 are the ones that are locked in, prepared for it. Look at the mean look on the Snorlax, mate.
Oh, Snorlax has absolutely nowhere to go. Take a nap, stay in your bed, don't even come near my objective. Is what Megu decides to say. He's gone for that wish moveset as well. This is a big problem for Snorlax because it relies on its mobility with Heavy Slam and into the block or into the Yawn. That's what makes it such a good defender, right? Because you're able to just maneuver, you're able to get in and out. And so if you put the mean look onto it, it's just a big problem. It takes away a lot of his Gatlu deep in enemy territory, gets taken out.
Gatlu's trying to be a menace like he usually is on his Mons, but it's not working just yet on that Gabai. It does seem like Metagross has their answer. So does the Blaziken. Play with me. Goes on to them, but they've put up their stadium, buddy. Compute and Crush comes on up. They are able to put the damage down, but they haven't locked in a single KO with it, but they've got back to that healthy status. They can push on in with this. The Lecky, of course, is going to their own goal. They're putting up the defense with it. There's a mean look coming in from the Umbreon. They're trying to put the pressure onto this Gabite. They do fell it, and that's going to be a lot of offense that Komai Esports no longer have to defend this pad with a weak Metagross. So it does look like Gen 5 are going to retreat here.
How did Metagross get out on just absolutely no HP? Again, it's the Phantom Force from the Hooper. You saw it was able to get Metagross in and out so quickly. This strategy is just, I don't know if it's something that I've missed. Did I have my eyes closed the entire time of this season? But incredible plays by Hooper. This shows that the Hooper Highway is just as good, but Mimikyu is shadow clawing inside the enemy team's central area. 79 to 131 as we head on into this middle area. We've got a skirmish heading on into this middle path, but again, Gen 5 just really strong out the gates, buddy.
Yeah, they're definitely playing angry. I mean, Kaya maybe caught out a little bit too deep there, but no, the Hooper portal brings them back, buddy. Yet again, Metagross gets out on 1 HP and a dream. They're going to lock in the objective with it as well. Regi's going to Gen 5. Boy, this team are playing well. They're playing angry, and Komai Esports are struggling to have an answer to it just yet.
Oh my god, Metagross being so aggressive. You thought the Garchomp would be there to help, but Komai Esports going for a counter push on the bot side.
Is this going to work? They do have all the mons there for it. They break that pad. That's fantastic play from them. That overheat kick didn't manage to lock onto anyone from Utah, but the Dragon Rush does push them into that Mimikyu. They aren't able to fell them though, buddy. And there's the stadium up. The Bliss has been caught out. You ain't going anywhere but back to the Pokemon Center, buddy. And now Gen 5, they continue with this pressure. Ooh, baby, a triple for Metagross. They're going to break this T1 pad in return. And they've given themselves an even bigger lead now. The Metagross just will not fall. You pair that trick with that Phantom Force, it gives fantastic healing. It lets you maneuver, and it lets you continue to put the pressure onto Komai Esports. They don't have an answer for this Metagross right now. Double KO again. That's 5 KOs within a space of a minute, Lobo.
Oh my goodness gracious me. What did I just witness? Metagross, it's already an angry looking spider machine, and it is now just facing down every single member of Komai Esports. It is just causing havoc. It is level 13 at 3 minutes. Heavy Slam's going to go on in. I think Komai Esports are just going to try and get some kind of momentum, Tana, as we've got another fight coming on out.
I like the power nap just to try and zone out the rest of Gen 5, but they have managed to sneak on in. Really good secure coming in there from the Mimikyu, but the Compute and Crush comes out yet again. They've locked in the Blissey and they've locked in the Garchomp. Garchomp saying, call an ambulance, but not for me. Can they fell it? No, they can't, because yet again, Trick Hooper just works absolute dreams for Metagross, buddy. They've not been able to fell it yet. They've got 3 mons on it. The Metagross is just fighting everyone. It's still alive on 1 HP and a dream again.
How is this happening? How is he getting out? What am I missing, Tano? What am I missing?
I don't think he's been KO'd yet, buddy.
I can't wait to see that KO timer, my friend. I cannot wait to see that KO timer. But we might not even get to see it. 16 seconds left to go. Level 13 Metagross, level 13 Blaziken, level 13 Inteleon, but only level 13 Mimikyu on the side of Komai Esports. They're going to take this Regirock. Shout outs to Regirock. They're about to march their way right on in. And Gen 5 have the momentum, buddy. They just know, Komai Esports just find out that they are very much behind, over 100 points into the good. But Metagross is deciding that they're going to defend that tier 1 pad. They still have Hooper to bring them back in. And look at where Komai Esports is positioned. All 5 members, it's just a Metagross by itself. But at this point, I don't think that Metagross is ever going to go down.
Nah, I think you're right, buddy. They know what a threat that is. Look at them grouping up here for Komai Esports. They know that the only way they felled that Metagross is if they all take it together. That is their main target here, and the difficulty of that is you've also got Blaziken. That's a huge threat. You've got this snipe shot coming in from this Inteleon. That's fantastic poke. Look at it hitting onto Zante there. It's difficult. We do see the rings let loose. They've had the approach coming in from the Garchomp. They put them in the mean. Look, there's a Mystical Mirage. They're trying to save any damage coming into their team here on Komai Esports. The block is coming out from Snorlax to stop anyone going in to Gatlu on the Garchomp, but here comes the Metagross. They've Dragon Rushed them into the field, but the Compute and Crush comes up, buddy. They've singled them out in the stadium. They've managed to get on out, but the Zen Headbutt follows them in as well. They're just managing to drop a huge amount of damage here, but Living Outrage may have done it. They may have been able to take them down. It's just the Metagross versus the Garchomp. It's a 1v1 right now. It does seem like Garchomp has the advantage. They've got more health. They fell it. It's an ace. Lobo, Komai Esports have cleaned up Gen 5.
From the brink of defeat, they take down the big computer, and that was a 40-second cooldown timer. 40-second cooldown timer. I don't know how that fight happened or where it just popped off, but one of the highlights there, Dragon rushing out of the computing crash, but it did not matter. Zen Headbutt was targeted, and Metagross followed exactly where the Garchomp needed to go. It was trapped inside the Beyblade arena with the Garchomp and the Bliss assistance. Garchomp said, I don't want to be here. And Metagross said, hey, wherever you going, I'm going too. And oh my good gracious me. Do we have some highlights of this ridiculous Metagross right here?
Bro, they left. What's funny is they left the Blissey in the stadium.
Yeah.
They just followed. They just followed the Garchomp, left the Blissey there, and continue to put on that pressure. But look at these stats as we have a quick look at this recap. But 133k damage coming in for that Metagross there, buddy. I mean, 70k healing from Megu. Of course, that's the wish working a treat. But wow, this is why I say it's such an underrated mon.
It's such a good Pokemon, especially in this all-rounder meta that we have this all-rounder meta. We talk about it consistently with whenever we talk about the current state of Pokemon Unite. We've got Mimikyu, we've got Garchomp, we've got Blaziken, we've got Urshifu, we've got Zacian. That's 5 all-rounders that are currently being used consistently in Pokemon Unite at the top level. And Metagross comes on in. It didn't even get a look in. It didn't even get a look in because of its high scaling ability. Beldum is not that great early game, and you can't really put Metagross in the central area, right? So, again, it's the same kind of thing that we talked about with the defenders. When they have a high level ceiling, a high level cap, they tend to not get played. Until you have one brave soul who decided to bring Metagross to the Eos Cup and then went, hey, this Pokemon works well against all of these ridiculous all-rounders. And we saw it in the top lane. The top lane, it 3v1'd with Gyro Ball alone on a live in a prayer. But let's not take anything away from Hooper. The ability to trick as well as the ability to Phantom Force that Metagross out of ridiculous situations there was incredible. And then it was almost taken out, Tano. But then Hooper Rings Unbound took it from behind the tier 2 on the side of Koma Esports all the way to the bottom pit. But we don't get any respite, mate. It's game number 2, but Koma Esports are up 2-0.
If they win this game, right, that's it. They've taken the grand finals. It's a best of 5. This will be their 3rd win. So it really is going to have to be all or nothing here for Gen 5.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be really interesting to see how well this works. Umbreon and Psyduck are going to be picked up straight away on to the ban jail. It's unfortunate I said it again. When Mimikyu gets laid out, sometimes it's effective, sometimes it's not. But against the Metagross, just not very effective. So I don't know if they pick it up this time. Zacian going to join the ban jail as well, as Gek is possibly hovering over a Ho-Oh.
No, they want to get rid of the Mimikyu. Okay, fair enough. Fair play, buddy. It makes sense. It was very, very strong. But it does mean that there is access to that Metagross again. Of course, as we mentioned many times, Lobo, it's one of those where you don't quite want to ban it because there's so many bans that need to happen. Mimikyu, of course, is such a massive threat, much like that Metagross.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Mimikyu gets banned because of its versatility as well as the Unite move. It just wants to play with you. It's a friendly little ghost puppet. It just wants to play. But Gatlu's going to stick with the Garchomp. Narami's going to go back on to the Blissey as well. Megu picking up that Slowbro, which means Slow Beam is on lock. It's in the chamber. It's ready to go. Rezu had such a great game on Inteleon as well. And Sazura is going to pick up that Hooper. I have a feeling that we might see a Metagross. I feel it in my bones.
To be honest, I don't blame them. Run it back. Why would you not run it back? That game worked for you so well. It's just the fact that the Rayquaza fight didn't go your way, but they were absolutely cooking in that game. So it wouldn't surprise me if they do just run it straight on back, buddy. I know we do see, of course, Koma Esports locking in that Miraidon, which is definitely a slight change, but Kaya, I think they're going straight back to it. And if you give Utah an Absol as well, oh boy, are we going to be cooking here.
Backs against the wall, but that is what you need to support you when you come on out swinging. And Gen 5's backs are against the wall. They need to win this, otherwise it is game over. Leo Rio is going to round it on up with the Urshifu. Zante is going to pick up the Marauder. Make sure to actually put some damage on that Metagross. But this is game number 2. Game number 2, Chroma Esports have 2 games. Gen 5 have none. They need to win this, buddy. And it's going to be interesting to see how this one goes.
I like the fact that they've gone for the Miraidon for what I suspect is going to be their range. I suspect it's going to be that charge beam, buddy. Of course, you do have that Inteleon over on the side of Gen 5. You need to answer with your own. But Utah is yet again going to be the player to watch in this game. We know what Kaya can do on that Mon. Sazero is going to be sticking with them with that trick and that Phantom Force. So it's going to be what can Utah give their team here. They need to take out Zante on that Miraidon.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see. Gek is probably going to try and really get those walls up, but in face of a Metagross, it's just not going to be possible. Whether we see Gatlu go into a little bit more of that support role to try and just Dragon Rush people away from Zante, or if he's just going to play his game and do what he does best, which is just cause chaos, really. He's so good at just causing chaos for everybody, and I think that's probably what he's going to do. Narami's going to make sure that those safeguards and bliss assistance are targeted towards our friendly dragon. But again, this one is for all the marbles. Gen 5 have it all to do, buddy.
This is the one that decides which team will get $100 for first place or $50 for second, chat. This is it. It's going to be the third game of the grand finals. If Chroma Esports can win this, they will take first place.
That's not a bad return on just playing a game that you love to play anyway. And I get all of these players, they love playing this game because it is just a game that we play, especially when you're playing it at the high level. But we've got a Hooper in Evade. The little Trickster Demon is not going to let Urshifu get everything for free, as it does secure that little bit of farm. I love seeing a Hooper Evade. Hooper players on an Evade are so very, very talented.
Yeah, it's so crazy to see these players come out. I love it, buddy. And of course, it's a Kubfu. Of course, you're going to invade it, try and see what you can get. But here comes Gek. They're on that. The basic that you get from Snorlax is so strong, but they've stolen the red buff, buddy. That's crazy.
It's the fact that Snorlax has the blue buff. Utah is up here with both of his buffs. He's going to go on in. Garchomp is there. Utah is possibly... Oh, that big KO comes out on Gatling. He was chasing down Utah. That was tunnel vision if I'd ever seen it. But look at where Hooper is, denying Kubfu any kind of farm manages to get one out. And Utah's going to go in. Metagross is going to go in. Chroma Esports have a big problem. They're on the pad. It does not care. Utah was just like, I'm going to try and score 25 right here, going on in, and Gatlu's going to get taken down. And now Gen 5 are very much in the driver's seat, Tano.
I love this. They recognize that Shifu is going to be a threat. If you can give yourself as much advantage before it spawns. Oh, I thought that was going to be close, but they do manage to steal it away, buddy. They have a Blissey. They now have a Shifu on the field. Is it going to be Dark there? Is it going to be Rapid Strike? I suspect it's going to be Dark, but we'll keep a close eye on that one.
Yeah, I don't think Urshifu's had a single lick of its own central area buffs. I think that's the first buff that it's managed to get. Snorlax took the first blue buff, and the Hooper took the second, but Utah's just going to clear all this up. Darkbear's going to get a little bit of his own. He just wants a taste. He just wants a taste. And they're going to head on out 91-4, Tano.
Yeah, it does seem like Gen 5 definitely got this early game locked on in, buddy. We're at 740 right now, and still there's a huge point difference on the board. If anyone was stacking on the side of Chroma Esports, I didn't keep a close eye on it. They haven't managed to get much in, but we do have a level 7 here on this Miraidon. They've got that charge beam cooking. It's going to be who can get down here and clean up for these 720s. Utah does just that. They're going to wipe out this Snorlax too. Oh my god, no basement lane for Chroma Esports anymore.
Oh, it's unfortunate there, but Metagross inside the top lane is going to gyro ball. Anything that moves gets hit with the Wicked Bear, but Trick is there to protect it. It's on a target. Metagross, oh my god, I was trying to figure out where it went. About to force tricked me as well. Darkbear's going to go in and gets pushed out. Zen Headbutt's going to go in as well. The Dragon Rush does come in. Metagross is online. Utah is there to help, and that's a big KO on Gallon. Bliss is going to take the Citrus Berry, but funny enough, Gen 5 are not going to break that tier 1, really starving Coma Esports for experience. Both objectives on the map, and it seems like they're making their way downtown, Tano.
Walking fast, playing fast, and I'm down, but here we go. Reggie Rock is getting that rip onto it. They've got Utah. They've got the lock-in for that snipe shot, but it's the Mariadon that steals it away, Lobo. That is a legal Zante, making sure that experience goes to the much-needed side of Coma Esports.
Reggie Rock working against Gen 5. Against Gen 5 there. That snipe shot was lined up, and Gen 5 said, I'm going to go back to my spot. I'm going to head out real quick. And now both teams are going to head up into that top path. Oh my gosh, Metagross is on low HP, but we know it does not care about low HP, as Coma Esports are just going to go for the rip. Gatlu is still not online at 6 minutes. That's going to be a big problem here as they take that Reggie Lecky. Dryball's going to go to Airborne Fist, going to go in on to the Metagross. They're going to Dragon Rush back. They've isolated the Metagross. Oh my god! Phantom Force brings it back! Phantom Force brings it back on a live and a prayer. Bright Future Meteor Storm's going to come on out as well. Gen 5 going to defend as much as they can. Computer crash did not go off that time round. Metagross out in no man's land once again. Is Phantom Force going to get out again? No, it's going to get taken out, but finally Gatlu fells the big raging machine, and Livid Outrage is going to head on out. This dragon is mad. This dragon is mad. Dragon Rush into Utah, gets a takedown. The Bliss Assistant, the Hooper goes down. Surf gets caught. The snapshot's going in. The Legend Lecky has walked, and Coma Esports have answered back. It is angry versus angry.
What a fantastic couple of minutes of play we just saw from Coma Esports. They've got themselves back into this game. Maridon has just been deleted from this map by Utah, but it does feel like Coma Esports are getting themselves back into a position where they can put up a strong fight. We finally have level 10 Garchomp on the field, but only just behind Utah, and they're pretty much maxing that Metagross there, although they've just ticked into level 11. But the fact that they're back in this game is where it's at.
Level 12, Utah level 11 Metagross is a ridiculous big snipe shot to hit the Urshifu, and it's just going to have to high knees his way on out. Snipe shot, trying to really put some pressure on it this time around. We've got another Reggie Rock inside this bottom path. Metagross not here just yet. Coma Esports are coming in a little bit late. Can snipe shot secure this one? It can, but the Bright Future Meteor Storm is going to come on out to try and secure something, put some damage on. Make sure Gen 5 don't get any momentum with this, but look at what is waiting in the wings. Metagross is there with the gyro ball into the Dragon Rush. It does not matter. And damn, that is a gyro ball filled with bad intentions.
Oh, what an ambush that was. The Midnight Slash as well is going to clean up that Shifu. The Power Nap from Snorlax trying to keep themselves around. They put up the stadium. They heavy slam over it at the perfect time, Lobo. And it does feel like Coma Esports are on the defense here, but they see all that experience, that tasty XP they need to grab, get themselves nice and fat for this Rayquaza fight coming up very shortly.
Forget about Pokemon Unite, start playing Pac-Man, eat up all those yellow dots. The points are all the way on the board. Reggie Lecky is here. My esports, it looks like they're just going to go for it, but Gen 5 are not too worried about it. They have the levels on their side with level 13 Absol and a level 12 Metagross, but no Unite moves, so it makes sense that they don't really want to fight this one. They used all of their Unite moves earlier on in the game, but Hooper has got his, Utah has got his, and they're just going to defend this one. But I think Utah has decided he's going to head down into that bottom path to really do it, because Coma Esports are about to head on down here, and I think we might get a big engage. So it's going to get caught out. There is it in. They're going to Dragon Rush in into the Dark Where the Airborne Fist is going to hit the Inteleon. Utah living on HP in a dream. It does have to pop its Unite move. That is a late Unite move, but it gets taken on out just as quickly. Slowbro is doing whatever it can to do it, but with the power of Thunder and Charge Beam, Coma Esports turn this one around, take the lead right before the Rayquaza fight.
Yeah, there's a tasty 31 overcap in that bottom T1 as well, buddy. 227 now. They do have the lead. We have 10 seconds before this basement Reggie spawns, and it's going to be free real estate realistically for Coma Esports. They have the rip here. They also have the secure, and they've also got the zone in. It does seem like Gen 5 are going to make the decision to get themselves set up, prepared for this Rayquaza battle. We are 15 seconds away from it, Lobo. This could be the decider on who wins this final monthly tournament for La Weeklies.
Yeah, absolutely. This is do or die for Gen 5. They could decide to go for the rip. 5 seconds left until the dragon spawns. Utah still doesn't have his Unite move. Everybody else on Gen 5 has his Unite with big snipe shots going on in. Utah is in the middle. It's just decided to put some damage on the race. Tobo decides to go in and gets pulled away by the Phantom Force. Big heavy slam finds a Utah in a bush. And now the Bright Future Meteor Storm is going to go out. Livid Outrage is going to find the Absol there. But Metagross is right there to go back onto it. There is the Absol Unite with Midnight Slash is going to come on in. Snorlax still manages to live that one. Urshifu's going to Dark Bear anything he can. Slow Beam on to Gatlu, but it gets police assistance as well. Hooper has decided to come on bound. Computing crashes out. Metagross gets taken down. And it is only Metagross that has been taken down from the side of Gen 5. The fight is still going on. Slowbro has used this Unite move. Everybody has used their Unite move. There are 2 members down for Gen 5. Absol managing to take down Urshifu. That's 1 back for them. 3 members down for the side of Gen 5. And here we go. It's only Hooper left. It is only Hooper left. Can it get the steal? It's got the Phantom Force. But Galley doing a fantastic job to just get the secure as Blissey gets the takedown on Hooper. That is going to be game number 3 to Komai Esports. And they are going to take that lovely, juicy prize money.
Oh, buddy, you give that voice a rest. That was an intense Rayquaza battle. The fight was breaking out left, right, and center. Every Unite move utilized throughout that entire battle. It did seem like they wanted to go for the rip over on the side of Gen 5, tried to draw in the rest of Komai Esports, but they just didn't get the advantage after that. We saw the slow beam going on to the Garchomp. Fantastic decision, but so was the Bliss assistance to make sure Garchomp managed to survive it. And without that Mon being taken down, that's just too much damage there for Gen 5 to handle.
That was such a long raid fight. Metagross was up in that area. It was not going to endure. But again, Night Slash having to come out on to the Snorlax there. Not exactly where I think Utah wanted to use that Unite, but had to use it to survive. And then into the Slow Beam onto the Urshifu. No, onto the Garchomp. Into the Bliss Assistance. But look at this damage. Look at Narami. Again, the 104k healing. Unbelievable stats all around the board. But congratulations to Komai Esports for winning this one. Guys, that is going to be it. But before we head on out, we got our thank yous that we got to do. Thank you so much for the Boss Josh, Dragon, Zen, and Cyberboy, who are all behind behind us doing the wonderful production. Thank you to my wonderful casters in tow in Spartan, Tano, Tins, and I believe Tajima was here earlier on as well. Thank you guys so much. We love being behind the caster's desk together. We talk nonsense when the cameras are not off, but then we get right down to business when the cameras are on. Big shout out to Engage for sponsoring this as well. They have some big plans coming on up for EUIC. They have got, I believe, Tano, remind me. It's the boot camp.
EUIC boot camp, buddy. That is right. Camp.
I knew what I was wanting. I couldn't get the words out. They have got big plans for the EUIC bootcamp. We have all the links in the chat. Go follow them on Twitter. Big things are happening at EUIC. I pray that I can make my way across the pond to see my good friends over there and have a good time at EUIC. But guys, that is going to be us. Tano, any final words from yourself?
Just that these weeklies and everything that Engage does, to be honest, is an absolute joy to be a part of. It's amazing to see these teams show up. I was actually talking to Gatlu earlier whilst we were having a bit of a break between me casting, and we were mentioning that it's amazing that these teams, these huge teams that are playing in UCS, come and get involved in this. So a huge shout out to everybody. And of course, all of you that are watching. Unite Grassroots would not be a thing if it wasn't for you all. So a huge thank you to everybody. And yeah, it's just been a blast. I think we are going to take a slight break because, of course, it's Christmas. Everybody's going to be getting merry, me included. And we will be back, though, with more weeklies, I believe, in the new year. So keep an eye on this channel. You will not want to miss it. Thanks, everybody, for being here. Have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are, guys. And we'll catch you on the next one. Bye.
Bye.